Hello, good morning. Hello. Testing one, two. Testing. Okay. Thank you.
anthem of the Republic of Suriname. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Yes, applause. Thank you very much. The Honorable Albert Ramden, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business, and International Cooperation of the Republic of Suriname. The Honorable Kisal Melissa Peters, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Honorable Joseph Easton Farrell, Premier and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Finance, Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Culture of Montserrat. The Honorable Dr. Ellis Webster, Premier of Anguilla. The Honorable G. Wayne Panton, Premier of the Cayman Islands. His Excellency, the Honorable Jeffrey Weaver, Minister of Economic Affairs, Telecommunications, and the Sustainability of Aruba. His Excellency, the Honorable Ramon Cervantes, Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Immigration, who I understand is celebrating a birthday today. His Excellency, the Honorable Leslie Campbell, Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica. His Excellency, the Honorable Alva Baptiste, Minister of External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation, and the Diaspora of St. Lucia. Mr. Benito Wheatley, Special Envoy of the Premier of the British Virgin Islands. Distinguished representatives of government and international organizations attending both virtual and in person. Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States, Mr. Rodolfo Sabonge. Deputy Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, Dr. Armstrong Alexis. CARICOM Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Joseph Cox. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished representatives of regional organizations and of colleague United Nations agencies, representatives of the media, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly an honor for me to welcome you to this 29th session of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee and to serve as Mistress of Ceremonies for this opening ceremony. With pleasure, I invite to the podium the shining new star in the constellation of foreign ministers of the Caribbean, the Honorable Kaisel Melissa Peters, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, outgoing chair of the CDCC. We were especially grateful for her brilliant leadership of the Caribbean Development Roundtable over the past 2 days on behalf of incoming chair, Minister Ramdin. Although we have only recently come to know and enjoy her spirit and tenacity, we intend to keep her close a little longer as an ex officio member of the Bureau of the CDCC as immediate outgoing chair. Minister Peters, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mistress of Ceremonies. The Honorable Albert Ramdin, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business and International Cooperation. Mrs. Diane Carlis, Director of the ECLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean. The Honorable Joseph Easton Farrell, Premier and Minister for Foreign Affairs, Finance, Economic Development, Trade, Tourism and Culture of Montserrat. The Honorable Dr. Ellis Webster, Premier of Anguilla. The Honorable G. Wayne Panton, Premier of the Cayman Islands. Honorable Ministers from Aruba, Belize, Jamaica, St. Lucia, attending both virtual and in person. Mr. Benito Wheatley, Special Envoy of the Premier of the British Virgin Islands. Distinguished representatives of government and international organizations attending both virtually and in person. Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States, Mr. Rodolfo Sobonye. Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM, Dr. Armstrong Alexis. CARICOM Assistant Secretary General, Mr. Joseph Cox. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished representatives of regional organizations and the United Nations system, representatives of the media, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to greet you as outgoing chair of the Caribbean Development Cooperation Committee. 2 years ago, St. Vincent and the Grenadines assumed the chair of the CDCC when the world was fully in the grips of the COVID-19 pandemic, forcing us to hold the CDR and CDCC virtually for the first time. For the first time, or the first time in a very long time, we were forced to share the priority attention usually given to long-standing development challenges in the Caribbean, such as high public debt, rising unemployment, and widening inequalities, with the more urgent and severe concerns regarding the health impacts of COVID-19 and their implications for social protection in our countries. And it didn't stop there. In fact, practically the entire tenure of our chairmanship was marked by disaster. Last year alone, even as our sub-region struggled to cope with the devastating impact of the pandemic, which was itself a slow-moving disaster, the Caribbean experienced the full range of natural shocks, a devastating volcanic eruption in my own country that impacted neighboring islands as well, extreme flooding events in Guyana and here in Suriname, an earthquake in Haiti, tropical storms and hurricanes, too numerous to count. In recent weeks, Fiona and Ian have brought more misery to many of our Caribbean states. We in St. Vincent and the Grenadines are still struggling to restore normalcy to the rhythm of life and work at home, following the extreme dislocation brought by the eruption of La Soufrière in the midst of the pandemic. It is our repeated exposure to such extreme, recurrent, exogenous shocks that defines our multidimensional vulnerability. That underscores the structural and institutional fragility of our countries, demanding a comprehensive response, one that includes strengthened advocacy, solidarity, partnership, and international cooperation. We have over the past 2 days been exploring how to do exactly that. We have been considering how best to engage the empathy and support of the wider international community in our efforts to reset and reposition our economies on a path to sustainable growth and development. As outgoing chair of the CDCC, I welcome the opportunity to anchor the Caribbean Development Roundtable. It was a rich, substantive, inspiring dialogue on issues relevant, even vital to our prospects of success in finding our way forward. We had a formidable gathering of leaders, thinkers, and regional and international representatives who wrestled with ideas on how we increase flows of innovative and concessional financing to relieve the burden of debt and liquidity constraints being experienced. How we infuse new dynamism to productivity and trade through diversification and economic restructuring by investing in our people, by harnessing technology. I was very encouraged by the quality of our debates. There is no question that within our sub-region, we can find the solutions to the problems we face. Our challenge lies in finding the right strategic approach to secure the support of the donor community and international financial institutions. We in the Caribbean must continue to make the case for our sustainable development by repositioning the sub-region for recovery and resilience. I know we have all been making efforts to present our first voluntary national review, the VNR, on the progress in implementing the 2030 agenda and achieving the sustainable development goals. Some, like Jamaica, have presented twice. My own country was proud to present in 2020. Reporting through these VNRs is worth the effort because they show how far we have come in achieving the global goals in our respective countries and offers a glimpse of the common challenges that we face in implementing the SDGs. So I am looking forward to consideration of this item on our agenda today. And I thank ECLAC for the assistance that the Commission has given to member states and associate members in national sustainable development planning and in the preparation of VNRs. As the Caribbean prepares to host the 4th SIDS conference in Antigua and Barbuda in 2024, I also want to underscore the importance of the SIDS agenda as we get ready for the 10-year review of the SIDS Accelerated Modalities of Action, the Samoa Pathway. Now more than ever, our sub-region needs to give the Samoa Pathway the attention it deserves. For this is the development platform that best takes into account the unique vulnerabilities of small island developing states. We need to own it. I am therefore also looking forward to this discussion today. Distinguished representatives, as St. Vincent and the Grenadines prepares to relinquish leadership of this committee, I want to thank ECLAC for its continuing support to our sub-region, championing the cause of our development and strengthening our advocacy in the international community by providing us with the research and data that makes our story more compelling. I look forward to hearing what perspectives for the future the most recent research in their Caribbean outlook will present in support of our efforts for recovery and resilience in the sub-region. As we now hand over to Suriname, I want to assure you all of St. Vincent and the Grenadines' unswerving commitment to the development of the Caribbean and our readiness to offer every support to the incoming chair as he prepares to take on the daunting role of leading us all towards a brighter tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Peters, for that most valuable contribution. The CDCC is privileged to have in its incoming chair, the Honorable Albert Ramden, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business, and International Cooperation of Suriname. a seasoned and astute politician and practitioner in the international arena. His tenure as Deputy Secretary General of the Organization of American States imbued him with an intimate knowledge and understanding of the development challenges of the entire Latin America and the Caribbean. Further, his previous work as director of an international development cooperation agency here in Suriname and as senior advisor in the Ministry of Trade and Industry makes him eminently suited to lead this committee during these particularly challenging times. We at ECLAC are especially happy to welcome him to the helm. Minister Ramdin, you have the floor.
Good morning, all. The Honorable Kisal Melissa Peters, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, my neighbor at international meetings all the time. Thank you very much for being here. Honorable premiers and special envoys of different member countries of the Caribbean, honorable ministers from Aruba, Belize, Jamaica, St. Lucia, attending both virtual and in person. Director of ECLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean, distinguished representatives of government and international organizations, attending both virtual and in person, Secretary General of the ACS, Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM, CARICOM Assistant Secretary General, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished representatives of regional and international organizations, including the United Nations system, representatives of the media, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome. On behalf of the government and people of Suriname, it's now my turn to welcome you in Paramaribo. I know that most of you have been here for 2 or even 3 days, and I'm confident that our teams have been taking good care of you all and that you have enjoyed Surinamese hospitality in all of its aspects. I would like to thank especially the Honorable Minister Kisal Peters of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for her sterling contribution as outgoing chair, but also taking care of meetings here while I could not attend. But the leadership of St. Vincent and the Grenadines of the CDCC the past 2 years, turbulent times in many ways, and particularly presiding over the 7th CDR, is to be recognized and important in the context of creating unity and a shared vision for this community. We hope and we commit to build our work done by St. Vincent and the Grenadines during their tenure, especially for Suriname being in a unique position as a leading voice of the Caribbean regional, as chair of the Caribbean community, and as today taking over the chairmanship of CDCC. And I'm very pleased, although it's still a virtual meeting as well, but Ms. Qualls, I hope that we can move to a situation where these meetings where we need to see each other, talk to each other, relate to each other, and exchange views beyond the formal settings, that in the future we can continue with CDCC to be held as a full in-person meeting. And of course, there will be other opportunities to discuss matters virtually. But I think when we speak about these meetings, these high-level representatives, it's good to have everybody in the room because that adds to the strength of the conference and of the discussions which we will have. As Minister Matura, the Minister of Defense, but also Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs, would have informed you during the opening of the CDR. I attended the annual IMF World Bank meetings in Washington, D.C. over the past few days. where we discussed very challenging financial circumstances, not only for the developing countries, but certainly for the developed world as well. I'll come back to this later on. But the vulnerability that this creates, I should say, the additional vulnerability this creates for the already vulnerable countries in the Caribbean, small island economies, and countries with low-lying coastal areas is, of course, something which will draw our attention. And I think maybe in one of our first meetings, virtual, we must review the outcome of the annual meetings of the IMF and the World Bank in the context of new elements which have been being proposed and new instruments which are being proposed. So I think that will give us an opportunity to evaluate where the Caribbean stands in terms of its opportunities to resolve some of the pressing issues which we have in our economies. Madam Chair, I have been briefed by the team on the constructive discussions that have taken place over the past 2 days during the CDR meeting, where similarly there was a focus on the challenges of debt, liquidity, and vulnerability in our own region, all of which pose a threat to the development of our countries. This is nothing new. The only difference is it has deepened and even broadened, and we must take a serious look at it. I understand that the roundtable also received comprehensive updates on the progress made towards the approval of a multidimensional vulnerability index, a matter which has been raised on all occasions in the past weeks at the United Nations General Assembly by many leaders, at the OAS General Assembly in Peru a couple of days ago, where Minister Peters, Minister of St. Lucia and Jamaica were present as well, where the point has been made that without such a index, there is an unjust, unfair, untenable mechanism in place to deal with the issues Caribbean countries and other member states of ECLAC are facing. I'm happy also to see that the whole issue of the multidimensional vulnerability index has the support of Secretary General Guterres. So fundamentally, it's also a mandate for ECLAC to deepen or to strengthen its work with regard to the index, also to advocate more strongly, not just by words, but just putting specifics in place so that we can at least come close to a decision-making with regard to the MVI. I want to add my thanks and congratulations to the participants in the panel for the substantive and thought-provoking contributions. And I think it's time for that. We have been speaking too long, and I think it's time to act, to do things, and to make things happen. So let us move from words to action as we prepare for recovery, repositioning, and resilience, but also for sustained economic development. I strongly believe, and this is based on just 4 meetings which we attended over the past couple of weeks, that from all discussions which we have been part of, that we have to transform in a different mode of action. We have to be more bold, more clear. We have to be more united, and we have to be more forceful in expressing our positions, our needs, our opinions, and ultimately also the solutions which we present. At this point, it remains words. I don't see the translation into action. And I think it's time that we change that paradigm to action. That means we will have to be bold. I thought somebody didn't like the word bold, maybe, but okay. It's clear to me that we live in turbulent times. We live in uncertain times. Nobody knows where the world is going, whether we'll have a light recession or a heavy recession, where the pain will be, nobody knows. Not even those who think they know. Not even those who are creating the turbulent times. So this is something concern all. We must all be very much aware that we do not know what the future holds. That's the first point. The second point I must make is that this global crisis adds to the vulnerability of many countries, not only the developing countries, not only the Caribbean region, not only the small island states, but many other countries, even in the developed world. So vulnerability should be of concern to all as well. And then the third point, which I think sometimes out of convenience, we tend to forget that, or certain countries tend to forget that, is that we live in an interdependent world. We live in a globalized environment. What happens in one part of the world will have an impact on other parts of the world and the developments. In that interdependency, we have to see a driving force for a united approach, for getting all countries on board. These three elements should not be forgotten: uncertainty, vulnerability, and interdependence. If we accept those, then we know that there is a shared responsibility for one, but also for all. And it doesn't matter. And I must say here, there are two crises over the past couple of years, shortly after each other. One is not even over as yet, COVID-19 and the conflict, the war in Ukraine. In both cases, and this is a question to be posed to the United Nations, as well as to other international and regional organizations, is the issue about the quality, the strength of the international system. In both cases, and we can debate if that's true or not, but in my view, it's true, the international system failed badly, tremendously. In the case of COVID-19, solidarity did not mean anything anymore. All those lofty conventions and resolutions to help each other did not mean anything, maybe for understandable reason, but it failed. And everybody recognizes that. But what do we do about it? In the case of Ukraine, international law failed. The principles of international law were put aside. And up to today, no country, except for sanctions and some diplomatic efforts, can intervene in that process. So this is uncertainty, unpredictability. So we have to take care of these things. And we have made a point at the United Nations that it's time. It's not only about the reform of the United Nations Security Council. I think for the Caribbean, we can be an honest broker, presenter of new ideas on how to create a more just and fair global system. And we have to have the courage to do that so that we make sure that in the end, unjust behavior is punished and not accepted. Up to today, that's not the case. And that is something which we need to realize very strongly. And if we look at what is happening in the world now in this uncertainty, what is the impact on our countries, on all countries in the world? Increased inflation, increased supply chain cost, possibly scarcity of certain foodstuffs. Food, fuel prices go up in every single country. As a consequence of this uncertainty and the economic impact, we see divisions arise. Again, countries come together and take care of themselves. Major exemptions are being granted in terms of gas and fuel to certain countries because of convenience and self-interest. But in our own region, we see that that's not granted, so that this region could take care of its own energy supplies because there are sanctions to certain countries. We have to be cognizant of the fact that we need a more just system, a more equal system, where there are no exceptions made for the one and then denied to others. I think we have to be bold because there are two other opportunities still this year, maybe three. We have the COP27 in Egypt. We have the G20 summit in Bali, Indonesia. And then we'll have the OECPS summit in Africa, in Angola. These are opportunities for CARICOM leaders to express their voice, not only in terms, and it's not a complaint, it shouldn't be a complaint, but it should be a vision, a position, how we can help restore some sort of order, predictable order in the world. And I think that's the call I would like to make. Otherwise, the consequence of that is very domestic. All politics is local, as we say. The social cost of all these impacts is going to be high. As a consequence, the social spending will increase. And as a consequence, because most of these countries do not have the resources, if the social cost is high, what is the next cost? The political cost. And the political cost, when that becomes eroded or under pressure, it affects democracy, human rights, rule of law, and good governance. So in the end, it's about our own society. This is where you see interdependency work in a very practical way. What happens in Ukraine could have impact on democracy in our own region. And if we do not realize this, but also respond to it, we'll get ourselves into trouble. I have a lot of things, and the team has drafted some very good text, and I will distribute that. I don't want to take up too much time of this discussion, but I want to address one other point where we have to be practical, and that's on climate change. COVID-19 is not gone. We have learned to live with it, and we tend to forget how it was less than a year ago in many countries with masks and certain rules and regulations. But we have now almost forgotten that. That's something which we have to be cognizant also about, that pandemics, medical crisis can just turn up. We don't control that. But COVID-19's impact is not, many of our economies have not been able to reboot up to the same level as we had projected or had hoped for. So that being the case, the older crisis of climate change, the climate crisis, is still there, and it has an impact. I won't go into the cost it brings to societies like Suriname, Guyana, and other parts. We see the differentiation as well. Within close distance, we see drought as a major climate impact. But at the same time, just a couple of 100 kilometers further down, you have floods. Those seem to be opposing phenomena, but it has a real impact on our countries and the cost. So apart from increased social spending, you have increased cost on livelihood. Taking this to climate change, we have been speaking for many, and this region particularly, for many, many decades about climate change and all the measures that need to be taken. What I think it's important to realize now and to learn that lesson is that promises made on lofty ideals, on very noble aspirations, will not get us anywhere if there is no financing attached to it. And that's where the system has failed as well. Since COP, the Paris Accord was signed, promises have been made up to $1 billion, but a very little part has been delivered. So as a consequence, we have not benefited from the set promises. On top of the fact that we are not the major or the most serious countries, the countries that have not contributed to carbon emissions, is those countries that are emitting carbon are not willing to put up the funds to recover. And again, we're going to go shortly to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, early November. And again, we'll sign on to lofty ideals and noble objectives. And again, we'll provide consensus to a process which does not translate in real funds to recover some of the impact of climate change. So it's time that we change that paradigm as well, with a clear message as we prepare for COP27. we have to make sure that the region gets its fair share of the funds available. That's the first point. We need a strong allocation mechanism with regard to resources to come to the region. At this point, the Global Climate Fund, the environmental funds have disbursed very little to this region. The other thing is the disbursements, the appraisal procedures, the application procedures seem to be a science on its own, so complicated. So we need to simplify those as well. And I think we have a moral obligation to make these points, but also to demand those. So going to Egypt just to add our voice to these lofty ideals is going to be a lost cause because we're not going to benefit from it. We must come up with certain mechanisms, financial instruments specifically dedicated to this region. And I must say that once this has been the experience, once funds has been dispersed to this region, a large part of that goes to consultancies and studies. We do not need that. By now, we know what climate change is and means to us because we live it. So I don't need the study to tell me how a flood works. What I need to know is how much money do I have to recover? Livelihood, employment, production. And that's exactly what is not happening. So our coastal erosion doesn't need to be explained on how the erosion took place because we know that hundreds of kilometers have been eroded. What we need is funds, projects, which will deliver physical, tangible contributions to restore mangrove in our coastal area. That's the kind of approach, a more practical, sincere, honest approach to making our world in this region better. So as you see, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot on our agenda. ECLAC can play a significant role in this process of rethinking our future in the context of the global uncertainty. ECLAC can assist, and I'm happy that we are committed to do that through studies, analysis, but also with concrete proposals such I just suggested. We need to bring this as a unified position of the Caribbean that's on the MVI, on instruments for specifically financial instruments for the region, the issues on climate change. We need to bring this to these countries, to these conferences as a united position. Only then, I think, a little bit of attention and real money will flow to this region. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that inspired and visionary sharing of ideas. Already I see that we will have a work cut out for us supporting you as our new chair. We are going to now enjoy a cultural performance. Are they ready? It is a group from the School of Young Talent. It's a regular elementary school where children are given the opportunity to develop their talent. And today they will present a potpourri of native Javanese and Chinese songs, as well as songs in Sranang-Tongo. Did I say that right? The lingua franca of Suriname, beginning with an indigenous prayer involving Tamushi, asking for strength and wisdom, which is also dance. Wow. The youth presentation ends with a multicultural dance. I think we're in for a treat.
Ayubaka Soko,
No, you can give them a better round of applause than that. This was spectacular and unexpected, I have to say. I want to thank Chief of Protocol and for her organization of this wonderful feast of culture. We enjoyed it. As we are sort of at a pause, we have decided to, this is the, no, we still have the video message of the, I think we should have that first, eh? I think we need to have the video message from the executive secretary, and then we will break. And we're going to have an abbreviated coffee break, and then we will come back and go straight through. But let us just first, to close on all the statements for the morning, receive the video message from Jose Manuel Salazar Sirinac, who is the new executive secretary of ECLAC. He took the job only last week. His first day was last week, Monday. And he will be in Argentina this week preparing for the session, which is the 24th to the 26th. And so he is not able to be with us. He has asked me to express his apologies and to encourage you all to be in Argentina for the session in 2 weeks' time. So let us receive his video message and then we will break and come back to begin the official proceedings.
The Honorable Albert Ramdin, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business and International Cooperation of Suriname, and other distinguished members of government of the Republic of Suriname, Chair of the CDCC. The Honorable Keisal Peters, Foreign Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, outgoing Chair of the CDCC, Premiers, Ministers, and senior representatives of government, members of the Diplomatic Corps, His Excellency Rodolfo Sabonge, Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States, His Excellency Armstrong Alexis, Deputy Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, representatives of the United Nations system and other regional organizations, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to greet you on the occasion of the 29th session of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee. Indeed, your meeting serves as the inaugural event of my tenure as Executive Secretary of ECLAC. As you know, I am honored to have assumed this position in early October. Unfortunately, I was not able to join you in Suriname and truly regret missing this opportunity to meet you. But I look forward to welcoming many of you to our intergovernmental meeting in Argentina later this month, and certainly I look forward to working with you over the coming months and years. Allow me to congratulate Minister Ramdin on his assumption to the chair of the CDCC, and to thank St. Vincent and the Grenadines through Minister Peters for their leadership of the committee over the past 2 years. Permit me also to acknowledge the Honorable Easton Farrell, Premier of Montserrat and the current chair of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, who will give voice to issues of interest for the associate members of the CDCC during this meeting. I want to assure Premier Farrell of the Commission's continued embrace and support of all associates members, and encourage your fullest participation in our work. As a native of Costa Rica, I count myself as a member of the wider Caribbean family. And during my career, I have worked extensively throughout the region. So I am very familiar with the development challenges faced by our small states. I offer you the continuing support of ECLAC under my leadership as we pursue solutions to the many issues that confront you, in line with our Caribbean First strategy. We will work to raise the global understanding and appreciation of the challenges that make the countries of this sub-region uniquely vulnerable, despite their middle-income status. COVID-19 heightened the multidimensional vulnerability of our countries, widening inequality, weakening social protection systems, elevating already high debt service costs, rising poverty, inequality, and unemployment levels, particularly among women and youth. Combined, these factors heighten the sub-region's vulnerability to climate change and disasters. This, of course, is an issue of real concern for the Caribbean, for yours is one of the most disaster-prone regions in the world. This persistent high exposure to natural hazards has not only contributed to the destruction of productive assets, but it has also exacerbated public debt and fiscal challenges as your governments diverted resources earmarked for investment in growth and development to recovery and reconstruction post-disaster. Now, the combined impacts of the war in Ukraine, rising inflation, and COVID-19 have added to the economic, social, and environmental fragility of this sub-region. This strengthens the case for a multidimensional vulnerability index to effectively calibrate the deservedness of your countries for concessional support from the international community. This is one of the issues being considered by your meeting this week, as is the prospects for enhancing global and regional partnerships to support recovery and repositioning of your economies to strengthen resilience. So the solidarity and renewed partnerships with the global community is essential. During my tenure, the Commission will endeavor to remain a forum that fosters and supports such engagement to voice the concerns of Caribbean small island developing states with regional and international partners. For this reason, I am pleased to see active participation in the Development Roundtable this week of partners, including colleagues of UN agencies, CARICOM, and the Association of Caribbean States. I am also advocating for the establishment of a Caribbean Resilience Fund and other innovative financing solutions which could leverage long-term affordable development financing for the Caribbean, while ensuring the availability of resources for investment in resilience, diversification, and structural transformation, and creating new avenues for employment and enhancing competitiveness. The Caribbean Resilience Fund will help to address the limited access to concessional financing for investment in resilient and inclusive growth. I trust that you will support the next steps towards making this fund a reality. Another critical issue addressed in your meetings this week is the ongoing effort to strengthen data and statistical capacity in the Caribbean. The importance of this effort cannot be overstated. Data provides the anchor and direction for sound planning and strategic decision-making, and are the most persuasive results for effective advocacy. The Commission is resolute in its commitment to support your countries in building data platforms and strengthening national statistical capacity. We look forward to working in partnership with CARICOM and other regional organizations. How then do we set a course and chart our path forward together? Your discussions during the Development Roundtable should set the right tone and direction for your deliberation today. You will preview ECLA's Caribbean Outlook for 2022, a report that will situate your subregion on a trajectory towards recovery post-pandemic and will suggest critical areas for investment and remedial action. I encourage you to take full advantage of this opportunity for exchange of views and sharing of ideas so that the decisions you reach will serve to guide us in the shaping of a program of work that responds appropriately to the needs of your subregion. Once again, I pledge to you the support of my team, in particular our subregional headquarters for the Caribbean in Porto, Spain. I look forward to meeting you personally in Argentina, so to begin a new chapter of cooperation and partnership with ECLAC under my leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will break for coffee now. It will not be a half hour. It will be a 15-minute break so that we can try to recover some time. And when we return, we will start with the election of officers and effect the transfer of the chair. We also have the official photograph. So I invite you now to have a cup of coffee and to meet us outside on the grass as we did 2 days ago for the official photograph, 15 minutes. So we will be back here in 15 minutes time. That's when. You got it. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to very briefly have a photo so that the press can share in the event. I will indicate two of my colleagues at the back, Astra and Pamela. Please follow them and they will direct you where we're going to go for the official photo. Hopefully we can do it in 5 minutes.
Thank you, Diane. Distinguished colleagues, I now invite you to consider the first item on our agenda, which is the election of officers. In accordance with Rule 13 of the Constituent Declaration and Rules of Procedure of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, the Bureau of the session shall comprise the chair, 3 vice chairs, and the rapporteur. Article 10 stipulates that the chair of the session is rotated among members in alphabetical order. The chairmanship of this 29th session therefore passes to the government of Suriname. The committee will now consider the election of the other members of the Bureau. On the basis of prior consultation, in accordance with the Constituent Declaration of the CDCC, I understand that the following members have agreed to serve on the Bureau as follows: Belize, Trinidad and Tobago, and Montserrat as vice chairs, and Jamaica as rapporteur. If there are no objections, I propose that the Bureau of the 29th session of the CDCC be elected by acclamation. Let me be the first to congratulate the distinguished representatives of the Bureau on their election. And it is now my pleasure to invite my brother, the Honorable Albert Ramdin, Chair of the 29th session of the CDCC, to assume the seat of the chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, once again, good morning to all. And now we're going to start with the official proceedings in terms of the real work. I thank our good friend Kisa Peters for taking charge of the CDCC for the previous 2 years. And as I said earlier, those were turbulent times in COVID-19, but also economic decline and all kinds of other issues that came about, including natural disasters. So thank you very much for your service, and to the country of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I'm also grateful for your support as member states to Suriname, although I know it's alphabetical order, for the confidence in our abilities to chair. We pledge to do that as to our best abilities. As I also indicated, my view is that we have reached a moment in our discussions where the words need to be translated into action or actionable items. And my focus will be certainly on getting us all in that same mode with a united position, bold. I don't want to say beautiful as yet, but in the end, it has to be beautiful as well. I count on the 3 vice chairs, Trinidad, Tobago, Montserrat, and Belize, for your support. There is enough work to be done, so from time to time, we'll certainly come back to you. Thank you very much. And of course, as Jamaica as rapporteur, I'm sure that we will be able to record all what is being said accurately and report back to the wider committee. You have seen earlier, and this is a little bit outside of this now, is youth presenting culture. And I want to put it in context because it's not only nice to see young people committed to cultural heritage as such, but there are two elements which are critical in my view to take away from that. One is that it represents cultural diversity. And our society is built on cultural diversity. And we have learned to highly appreciate cultural diversity as a peaceful community, as a welcoming community, but sharing culture among ourselves. It didn't happen overnight, let me admit that as well, but it is now a fact. So cultural diversity and learning to engage with each other helps a lot in building a peaceful, hospitable, but also forward-looking community. So that it represents as well, apart from the traditional fact that the youth represents the future of our countries. And I think that is also something which we wanted to convey here. Thank you very much for your attention to that cultural part. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the committee now to consider the adoption of the agenda, which you have received. And it's up for adoption. And if there are amendments, please indicate so. If not, then we would proceed to adopting the agenda as has been presented to you. For those virtually participating, please indicate through raising your hand, the raising hand feature, that you wish to take the floor. The floor is open for the adoption of the agenda and for eventual amendments to be made. I see that there is no hands on the call. I can't see it on the screen, but I suspect anybody would tell me that. Good. If then the meeting agrees, I would suggest that we adopt the agenda as presented and that we proceed to procedural matters and the organization of work. The preliminary program of this meeting is contained in document LC/CDC/3. I propose that the meeting proceeds as outlined in the document. Any objections or adjustments suggested? If not, then it's so decided. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the CDCC is a subsidiary organ of the Commission, and as chair, I will be required to report on the outcome of this meeting at the next regular session of ECLAC, which will be held in Buenos Aires, Argentina, from the 24th to the 26th of October. As this date is less than 2 weeks away and taking into consideration the hybrid format of the meeting of the committee, this year I would like to propose that on an exceptional basis, that we forego the presentation of the rapporteur's report at the end of this session. Instead, the Secretariat, following the consultation with the rapporteur, will circulate a full draft report to all delegates on Tuesday, 18th of October. The recommendation is to have 1 day for review, when that means on the 19th, and then on the Thursday, latest, you would submit your comments to the Secretariat, who will then finalize the report and present you a final version for the presentation at the 39th session of ECLAC. Any views on this? If there is no objection to it, we would proceed as proposed. Agreed. Thank you very much. Decided. And now we come to agenda item 2, which is the Caribbean Outlook, Recovery and Repositioning in the wake of COVID-19. I think it's important that we receive the perspective of ECLAC on the broad development challenges facing the Caribbean, which, as you know, is outlined in this flagship publication, the Caribbean Outlook. This year's edition will highlight the current multidimensional challenges facing the sub-region and positions a future that might be achieved with a purposeful and forward-looking response with emphasis on recovery and repositioning post-pandemic. The publication is to be formally launched at the session of the Commission in 2 weeks' time. Our committee will benefit from an early look at its finding and be invited to share views on the critical issues addressed in the document. With your permission, I now invite the Deputy Chief of the ECLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean, Mr. Dylan Alleyne, to make a summary presentation to the committee, offering perspectives on the sustainable development trajectory in the sub-region as outlined in the 2022 edition of the Caribbean Outlook. Mr. Dylan, you have the floor.
Second time to repeat it, perfect it that way. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, those virtual and in person, all protocols observed. Permit me a little leeway, Chair, to make 2 observations, both reflecting your own intervention. You have urged us to be bold, clear, and forceful and action-oriented. I think that is what the outlook is about. And let me observe, although I'm not a sociologist, when I saw the young people out here, it struck me that we in the Caribbean have managed cultural diversity very well, and this is not something we should dismiss. In my own country, Guyana, for a little hiccup here and there, we have done the same in Trinidad and Tobago. And the European tribes, with all their strident remarks, have not managed cultural diversity as we have. And this is something which, to me, should not be overlooked. I present to you the 3rd in our flagship publication, The Caribbean Outlook. The last one focused on a people-centered approach to sustainable development. This year, the theme, not surprisingly, is recovery and repositioning. And this is fitting. While our governments must keep the population safe as part of recovery, business as usual will not work. And that has been a theme running through our deliberations for the last 2 days. The world, as we know, is more interconnected, digitized, and new approaches must be found to address long-standing and new challenges. Let me also point out that despite prevailing efforts, heroic efforts, significant and substantial structural gaps remain. COVID-19 has exposed those gaps. Inequality, large numbers of our households do not have access to interconnection. The sub-region faces converging, multidimensional vulnerabilities that create a perfect storm of cumulative challenges. And the point there is that the storms, climate change, and plus COVID, these are not additive effects. These are cumulative effects. And in that sense, the MVI must recognize it. This convergence has occurred precisely as debt accumulation and debt servicing costs have narrowed the fiscal space, a refrain which has been made throughout this meeting so far. And this is made worse by expenditures to address COVID-19 effects and unavoidable climate events. To give an example, just one example, the last budget of Jamaica, the finance minister pointed out that $40.6 billion, or 2% of GDP, was spent on COVID expenditures. Expanding the debt to GDP ratio, which was on a downward trajectory after years of fiscal repression. The outlook has 4 chapters. First one, the economic chapter examines economic performance of the sub-region as the economies gradually reopen. We also consider the issue of access to finance, sources of finance, and of course, the well-known Caribbean Resilience Fund and our LMO strategy for reprofiling debt among member states. It also, as recalled in the last session, explored trade performance and issues of diversification. The second chapter explores the pandemic impact on 2 important sectors, fisheries and tourism. And it seeks to assess the negative externalities both sectors generate. The third chapter examines the socioeconomic challenges to an inclusive recovery and identify policy measures that would promote resilient economies. It makes a case for inclusive recovery propelled by the emerging digitization and the need for a knowledge economy, and I'll say something more about that, because the issue of innovation and knowledge creation is central to where we are on the threshold, on the cusp of the 4th industrial revolution. And the last chapter takes a slightly different turn. It asks the question, what can we do in this decade of action to re-energize ourselves to address the SDG and related goals? And it identifies ways to make the decade of action count for the people of the sub-region. As you know, the decade of action was a rallying cry by the Secretary General for us to re-energize ourselves. And it gives many examples of what is happening in various jurisdictions and how you could scale that up to the benefit of other member states. So let's turn now to the economic challenge. I'm not getting any action here. Oh, sorry. One need a little crash course in these things. So, so let's look at the growth performance. What we have here is the Caribbean, and we have to exclude Guyana. And one thing I must say, it was surprising to me that no mention was made of Guyana. And I'm aware that we tried to get the finance minister, but everybody is in Washington, so to speak. But when we look at these data, we must recognize that Guyana pulls up the average enormously. Guyana is unique among Caribbean countries. It's experienced major economic transformation in 2020 with the introduction of oil production and exports. And maybe Suriname may have this experience as well as they begin to monetize their oil reserve. As a result of this new industry, the Guyana economy has entered a period of explosive expansion with growth of 43.5% in 2020. I've never heard of such growth, even as an economist. I don't think there's any historical precedent. 18.5% in 2021, and a forecast of a whopping 52% in 2022. We can't ignore this explosion that is happening in the region. What is clear is that COVID-19 has had a severe impact in 2020. And if you look at the first row there, Caribbean economy is 9.2%, if Guyana is included. The goods producers, usually Suriname, Belize, Trinidad and Tobago, and Guyana, they decline by 1.6%, again, if Guyana is included. But look at the highlights. Caribbean excluding Guyana, 13.1%. And I think Minister Baptiste pointed out to us that in the case of St. Lucia, they experienced a decline of 24.4%. In some countries, there's been no historical experience of such a decline. This is a remarkable challenge. The goods producers, excluding Guyana, declined 9.4%. And this is the last row is the Latin American Caribbean average. But what is important is that there's been significant growth since 2020. And one must be careful because what was happening is that the economy was moving from a very low economic base as it began to open. And so you would expect significant growth. And in 2022, we expect further growth. So this next slide points out, and I want you to look at the dotted line. That is 2019 income level, the horizontal line. And you look at the graphs below for the Caribbean goods and service producers, and you see the last three lines. You see they have not returned to the 2019 level, which has been pointed out before. In other words, despite the growth, we have not returned to where we were. And I wouldn't go into how individual countries suffered, but the point is that we have not been able to get back to where we were. And more importantly, the climate for growth is not very, very optimistic in light of the Ukraine-Russia conflict, the supply chain challenges, and other challenges, which we know, inflationary impact. So there are downside risks. High inflation caused by the pandemic supply chain issues, made worse by the increased energy and food costs resulting from the war. Higher borrowing costs. This is very important because we have to continue to borrow. Higher borrowing costs as US Federal
Más altos de préstamos.
interest rates.
Eh,
Reduced tourism demand, as well as the potential for the
en
return
cuanto
of restrictions if a variant of the disease emerges to become dominant. In other words, COVID-19 has not left us. What this means, what are the implications of it? What we are saying here, in addition to the exhortation that it is no longer business as usual, is that absent repositioning and diversification, the Caribbean is likely to return to a pre-pandemic trend of low growth rates, which we began with the global crisis of 2008, 2009. So economic restructuring is necessary to create an environment conducive to dynamic economic expansion in the near and medium term. But restructuring, as we have said, requires access to finance. So the outlook goes on to looking at sources of finance. And there are several: foreign direct investment, falling ODA, as we know, remittances, which have held in some jurisdictions. And of course, that is complicated by the issue of graduation. So we look at the sources of finance. Foreign direct investment has been on the decline. It is a source of foreign exchange. It is a source of employment. And is in some cases, of course, source of capital, of technology transfer. If you look at the technology, the patent, new patents outside of Cuba and perhaps the Dominican Republic, I'm not sure, but clearly outside of Cuba. Much of those new patents are coming from transnational corporations in the Caribbean. So they do represent a source of technology transfer, although I know there's a dispute in the literature whether there's any real transfer. So we looked at these various sources of finance, including the domestic banking sector. And what we find is that credit expansion, and this is what you see in the blue line there, credit expansion has been in the decline since 2001. And more importantly, credit has not gone to the productive sector significantly. They're really in consumption and related activity. As a matter of fact, credit slowed considerably to 1.8% from 2009 to 2021. It's quite remarkable. And as I say, FDI has been declining. So we have a problem. The outlook, of course, champions the Caribbean Resilience Fund as a complementary. It's not to be seen as the only game in town. It's a complementary mechanism for leveraging long-term affordable finance to address those gaps, those structural gaps that still remain. In other words, the CRF is not to be conceived as another vehicle. It is very unique and very different. One last thing I want to say on the issue of finance from the point of view of the outlook. Caribbean governments, even if their debt burdens fall, will have to borrow for a considerable period of time. And there are risks in new borrowing because of shocks. So ECLAC has been championing the need for what are called state contingent instruments, GDP-linked bonds, hurricane clauses. These are the things that create reduced risk. Because every time we are hit by a hurricane and we borrow, our debt burden goes up. So I think it is very important for the IFIs to lend their muscle behind instruments such as these. And fortunately, Barbados and Grenada have been able to institute them as part. But if you read between the lines, those clauses are very limited. In other words, you get a breathing space. But after the event, you have to cough up all of it. And you may not have grown in that time. So we have to have more generous clauses. This is not to say that we are not prepared to pay back our debt. There's been no history there except for a few places, but the Caribbean has largely paid its debt. I think it's in the Jamaican Constitution. That's the first call on resources. So we're not asking for help, handouts. What we're saying is that given our vulnerability, we need appropriate instruments to reduce risk. It's a very sensible proposition. And sensible men and women should understand it. Now, the outlook then goes on to examine the issue of competitiveness, which was, and diversification, which was examined in great detail, so I wouldn't go into that. The point I want to reiterate is that normalization of economic activities will take us back to a pre-COVID level in which growth has been anemic. And we have argued that for successful restructuring to happen, you need an industrial policy. And I know that many member states have developed long-term plans, Jamaica and Belize and so on. But you need a complementary industrial policy that identify those sectors that you want to pursue. I know the neoliberals would argue that good industrial policy is no industrial policy. I think that's an anachronistic notion. There's been no evidence. There has been no evidence of any country in which development just happens. No country, including the United States. If you look at the history of the United States, there was a period where the economy was closed, it was open, and so on. Britain, the same. So these are all fiction, which we must guard against. We're not talking about an industrial policy in which the government is ministerial. We're talking about industrial policy, which the government and the prime minister and the government and the prime minister, the government and the private sector collaborate, and not just the traditional private sector, a broad range of stakeholders, including young people, to build out this industrial policy and to build 21st century skills, which I'll come to later to address that from. So in this matrix here, Sheldon, for those who were here yesterday, had a similar matrix, but he was interested in service. He always takes the juicy part. I am interested in goods. Our goods, our contribution to goods have been on the decline for a long time. And if you look at goods production in the Caribbean, much of it is dominated by a few jurisdictions and dominated by hydrocarbons and so on. But what this matrix is trying to tell you is that there are opportunities. So what you have are declining stars, I'll explain this, rising stars, retreats, and missed opportunities. And what our trade colleagues have done is to try to identify those goods that are in these various categories. And let me explain what these are. What are rising stars? And this is where you want to be among the rising stars. This denotes a competitive and dynamic product which is increasing in market share even as the overall demand for that product rises. In other words, rising stars is where you're producing more in markets where they're demanding more. You're producing what people want. So those are rising stars, and we have commodities there. And there are declining stars where you don't want to be among them. This denotes a competitive but stagnant product which is increasing in market share when the overall demand is falling. In other words, you're increasing the market share in a market that is declining. You don't want to be there at all. Missed opportunity. This denotes an uncompetitive dynamic product. The product is uncompetitive and it's losing market share. Clearly, you don't want to be there. And retreats. These are uncompetitive products. In other words, the product is uncompetitive and it is in decline in the market. So you want to be among the rising star, and they have identified some products there. So even in goods production, there are opportunities. And the outlook goes on to talk about ways to leverage these opportunities. Intersectoral linkages. This is an old story. We know that we need to have a greater linkage between tourism and agriculture, for example. I've pointed out that when I go to some jurisdictions, I wouldn't call the name, and I have breakfast, the whole of the breakfast comes from a tin that was imported from Miami. Nothing in this breakfast is local. The eggs, nothing. Don't make sense. But there are good reasons why this is so. You have to be competitive. So intersectoral linkages is very important. And I think some of that has been done well in Jamaica. As you see, when the tourism sector declined, farmers suffered. So there are linkages that are very important and could be made. When you're in the Caribbean, they tell you that you want a mango, they say that there's no mango, it's not in season. I never could understand that. What do you mean it's not in season? You don't expect it to be in season all the time. But we don't preserve those mangoes as juices and so on. And we used to do that in the 70s. we've abandoned, and there's reason for it with global competition and so on. We suffered, but there are opportunities for that. We have to go up the value chain. You can't be producing, if you look at a chart which we have in the Outlook, to show that we are the lowest level of the production chain, where the value added is low. Innovation. You can't talk about agriculture and food security if you don't talk about innovation. Agriculture is no longer a fork and a shovel. It's a highly sophisticated business with marketing and distribution and so on, with young people involved, bringing the best skills and so on. So a lot of talk in the region about food security and all of that. I was having a discussion with some colleagues this morning, and they were telling me about the amount of imports into Suriname. How could you talk about imports of food with a massive land space? These are opportunities. The industrial policy, which I talked about, is very important. And industrial policy, as I say, is not the state delivering commands. That is the whole idea. We're talking about competition policy, trade policy, policy towards foreign direct investment to attract a higher level of foreign direct quality. It's not just the level of investment, but the quality of investment. And we offer all kinds of incentives. Why don't we offer incentives for the right firms as well? Policies to foster innovation, very important. And the young people are the ones who are going to innovate. Don't ask me to innovate anything. I am going downhill. It's young people. And there must be a shift, this is very important, towards becoming knowledge economies. Knowledge, the generation of knowledge, the role of innovation has to be elevated in our discussion. Prime ministers might have to have under their belts an innovation ministry. And let me say something about innovation. If you talk to Caribbean people about innovation, you talk to Jamaicans, they'll tell you about Dr. Leakey in the 60s was working on cattle. And you talk to Barbadians, they'll tell you about the black belly sheep. When you think about innovation, modern innovation is a continuous process. Every day a new product is coming out. That is innovation. It has then, we have to engage young people on a different basis. You have to create the space for that. And so I will, you will then read the Outlook and see these wonderful things we're talking about. Of course, the Caribbean Resilience Fund, I don't have to say much about that. And removing barriers to financial innovation, that is very important, and so on. So that covers the economic section. Now, let me say something. For analytical reasons, we tend to have these sections as economic, environmental, social, and so on. But that is just for analytical purpose. We know that these relationships have feedback effects, as was discussed in the FDI. On the matter of the environment, we know that our systems are very fragile, and we've spoken ad nauseum on those. Habitat degradation, overexploited fish stocks, for example, freshwater issues, you're a water scarce region, natural disasters, I don't have to say anything about that. As a matter of fact, we were in one country, I wouldn't call the name, where the prime minister said, anytime it rains, he doesn't sleep. I think he wasn't joking, because floods and other things are serious in these places. Climate change impacts, a big problem. And of course, sargassum blooms. Although we know that in recent years, there has been some attempt to utilize the sargassum. positive. Now, this chapter is very interesting, even if I may say so, because it shows us that although there were negative effects as a consequence of COVID, there were also positive effects. In other words, the environment had a chance to breathe a little. And so this section of the chapter looks at those matters. We had reduced impacts of human agents, that big word there, cleaner air, and a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, improved coastal water quality, less noise pollution. Where I live in Trinidad, you know, because there were no cars moving, I could hear the birds sing at length. Reduce noise pollution. Solid waste and single-use personal protective equipment. So there was, while there was a benefit, there were also challenges. There was increasing waste entering the natural environment. Solid waste from personal protective equipment increased, or masks and so on. People dispose of them carelessly. Increased pressure on water systems because we were washing our hands and ourselves more. And interestingly, this is important, there was reduced monitoring and surveillance in protected areas because everybody was in. So there was increased poaching and so on. So this is a lesson for us to learn from. As I said, the chapter looks at two sectors, specifically fisheries and the issue of tourism, to see what has been their impact on the environment. Of course, the lockdown meant that fishers couldn't go out, which had implications for their incomes and so on. There was cessation of fish processing activities, reduction in the demand for fresh seafood products, and so on. And what you have on the right in that graph is the dramatic decline in production of fish across the region and its consequences, you could well understand, on the economy. It's a very interesting chapter because it shows you how a decline in a sector has multiple impacts on those who dwell there, including the environment. In the case of tourism, there was reduced environmental pressures, reduced demand for fresh water, reduced greenhouse gas emissions, reduced pollution, which is understandable, reduced pressure on land and marine environment, and reduced generation of solid waste. But the chapter also goes on to talk about opportunities in tourism and how you could use legislation and other things to address a sustainable tourism sector. It's very important. The chapter also talks about emissions from the tourism sector, CO2 emissions. And it makes an important point that if you look at the per capita emissions from the tourism sector, it looks alarming because we have small population. And Trinidad and Tobago has always raised objection to the notion of per capita emission. But when you look on this graph, you see what is happening to emissions. Look at where the Caribbean is. You know, the Caribbean contributes negligibly to CO2 emissions. No news there to anyone. But what is important, it remakes the case we have been making that our contribution to greenhouse gases is negligible, but we bear the massive cost. So this is a smoking gun. It makes some recommendations. Sustainable management of our natural resources by strengthening institutional mechanisms, human resource capacities, that has come back again, data systems, which we talked about yesterday, and use of environmentally sound technologies. We talk about geospatial technologies yesterday, very important. There was talk about oceans. I remember Ambassador Bornal said that we have this vast resource of ocean. And he talked about exploiting our oceans. We must exploit it sustainably. So to promote sustainable oceans and coastal resource management as a way of diversifying our economies. And by the way, it's very important in the chapter points out that we must also value our environment. And we have not done that very well. We must have a value on environmental products. And there is, in light of the fact that the fiscal space is so narrow, we must encourage public-private partnerships at all stages of planning, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. In other words, and I think several people made that point, the private and public sector have to work together in a more harmonious manner. And let me repeat, I'm not talking about the well-endowed private sector. I'm talking about the broad spectrum of entrepreneurs, including youth and women. The next chapter looks at the social sector. And again, we're very selective. I just want to make a note before I look at the COVID vaccination rates, which is very low relative to other regions. The Pan American Organization, I think it was yesterday, says that cases of monkeypox, I noticed it didn't come up, in the region are trending down. So it's not just COVID in tongue, folks. And COVID-19 is now in a phase of sustained control. This is the key part. But the Americas remain under pressure from multiple health threats, including the new outbreak of cholera in Haiti. We are also aware of the problem of NCDs in the Caribbean, which complicated our COVID effects. Continues to be an issue of considerable concern. I wanted to stop on this, looking at the slide on vaccination rates to make a slightly different point. What the low vaccination rate shows you is, among other things, that our governments have not been able to successfully convince the public of the need for vaccination, although the evidence is clear of what its outcomes mean. And that is something we have to look carefully at in terms of the new variants or new pandemics, which we are sure will emerge. So I want to just make that point. It's very important that governments find proper vehicles to address these problems. You know, you can't have a prime minister or minister of health talking on TV alone. There are people who don't watch local TV. I don't know, sometimes I sometimes run into people and, did you see the news last night? Say, I have not watched the news for 10 years. These are sensible people. So this idea of TV and, people have multiple ways of engaging their society. I have a neighbor, his TV was always on something in the United States. I don't know if he lives there. So how are you going to get to a man like that? You're going to tell him about, we have to understand the space we inhabit. That is all I'm saying. The chapter then goes on to talk about employment, which is a very vexed issue. And not just general unemployment. Youth unemployment, we know, is some 30% on average in the Caribbean. And by the way, if you look at the rates for women and men here, you notice that women continue to trail men. It's a historical problem. Not so much in Barbados and the Bahamas, but in some cases, Jamaica has always had this historic difference. And it has some explanation as to why, it has some recommendations of how you might address this problem. But let me say something. I have always thought that there was absolutely no reason to have 30% youth unemployment in the Caribbean. It's first of all, is a waste of resources. But more particularly, if you educate young men and women properly and build them with and invest them with skills, those young women and men could produce global services. Our market must be global services. And I'll come to the education system shortly. But we are producing young people leaving schools with very little skills, and large numbers of young men idle. And the Prime Minister of St. Lucia was at pains to say that we campaign on youth and we must have programs to help young people. So we can't talk about the youth of the future in some vacant, empty way. We have to provide programs to incentivize young people. You know, when I was a student going to school, I don't know how I learned any English. It was the most boring thing. But you know what was the incentive? They used to beat you like snakes. But now they can't do that. So I would not have managed to learn any English. So we have to think how we incentivize, how we engage young people to get them out of schools with real skills so that they could provide global services. The chapter then talks about digitization, which is big, which is important, and how we are performing. We are not doing very well, at least some jurisdictions aren't. And not just digitization, the issue of interconnection. It was amazing to me that one of the richest countries in the Caribbean, some 60,000 children didn't have access to the internet. And in one case, the sad story of the children going under the house of a neighbor. These are tragic things. And we could solve these things in small jurisdictions. We have small jurisdictions. So we have to look at digitization and interconnection. Interconnection is critical, is a resilient strategy for the next pandemic, which is, I am sure, on its way. Maybe not in my lifetime, but it's coming. And large numbers of households need to be interconnected so that Jamaicans could form businesses with Barbadians, with Guyanese, and so on. That is what the interconnection is about. People engaging each other in a fulsome way. Not just movement of people, which is an old problem, which I don't want to talk about, but interconnection. The chapter makes a big deal about this business of human capital, and it uses the HCI, the Human Capital Index of the World Bank. This is an important index which we should all be familiar with. The index asks the question, the World Bank Human Capital Index, which determines how productive a child in the Caribbean today, or a child anywhere, but we're talking about the Caribbean, could be if he or she enjoyed complete education and full health. How productive that child is. And range it goes to 100%. I think Trinidad and Antigua and Barbuda is at the top, and I think Trinidad doesn't do, and Tobago doesn't do. But this is where we are in terms of our capacity to be productive through our education system. And what the chapter says is that our years of education is not bad. We are actually 1 year above the average. So it's not more schooling. The problem is not more years of schooling, it's the quality of the engagement. That is the fundamental point which the chapter makes. It's not years of schooling. And let me put a statistics to those who think that we're doing very well in education. You know, somebody said the other day, look how many Nobel Prizes we have. Per capita, we probably are best in the world in per capita terms. But what is the point of a Nobel laureate if the average child is coming out of school and can't read. What's the point? What's the point being made? So let me give you a statistic, sobering one. It is to be observed that only 40% of the cohorts of students eligible to write the CSEC examination do write that exam, 40%. And of those who do, 65% receive no more than 2 subjects. And this is the CXC data, not ECLAC data, not World Bank data. This is from the horse's mouth. 2000 to 2030. What a remarkable thing. If you had a business running that way, you shut it down. It couldn't be sustained. Why are we allowing our children to be in these centers? And let me give you the statistic with respect to English A and math. All right, we're not doing so badly by 2016 English A, but look at math. We're talking about STEAM, science, technology, and mathematics, arts, STEAM. We're talking about STEAM. Look at math. This is CXC. And if you break that down by income groups, you'll see it's going to be a disaster. I don't say these things to be dramatic. I say these things to make the point that we must be aware of what's going on in the space we inhabit. If we're going to follow Minister Ramden's exhortation to make a difference. And so the chapter makes some recommendations. I wouldn't go through all of them. Public-private partnerships in ICT investment. ICT is critical, and I think I need not convince anybody. ICT is critical for interconnection among all our people. Workforce upskilling and programs of TVET targeting vulnerable populations. In other words, they're talking about an education system that goes beyond the formal system. And one should not criticize one's own work. But let me say something about TVET, which the paper lauds. The CARICOM Development, Human Resource Development 2030 Strategy Baseline Report says this about TVET. Areas in what they call areas of considerable concern. The report says that the percentage of TVET instructors or teachers trained in competency-based programs was only 31.3%. Only 31.3% of the teachers in TVET had training. And we are talking about 2030, a target of 65%. Incredible. So the point is that the paper makes a very good point, but you have to fix other things. We talk about productivity, closing the gender gap, and so on. As I say, I wouldn't go in further into that. And the gig economy, this is the economy that has grown up on account of COVID and other things. We have to be careful. These are often jobs without proper protection and so on. And let me make what I would call a very important point. The chapter talks about decent jobs, but you're not going to get decent jobs if large numbers of our people are locked into low wage, low productivity activities, no matter what legislation you pass. If they are in low productivity activities, you will not get decent jobs. And to some extent, if they are in the informal sector as well, because there is really no protection there. And there may be a discussion as to why the informal sector is evergreen in our economy and probably expanding as a result of COVID. So these are things that we must pay attention. The last chapter, as I say, is a little different. It exhorts us to re-energize ourselves and to look at those things that will help us to meet our SDG mandates and targets. It makes a point which was made, I think, in the first outlook, that we must integrate the SDGs in national policy and budgets. That is not a controversial issue, but still you don't find in some jurisdictions that has been properly integrated. I think in the Bahamas, and not Bahamas, Belize, their program makes that link, and Jamaica. And the outlook talks about examples where this has been done. And I must say, I must comment, being a student of history as well, that in the 1950s, when the World Bank was promoting development policy, sometimes the development plan was not even in the language of the member state. This was not the Caribbean, by the way. I think this was Cote d'Ivoire. I think we have become more serious. Our development plans mean what they say, and we're working to implement them. And as I say, those development plans must be complemented with industrial policies, as I've said earlier. The chapter also talks about the dignity that we must really look at, not just the level of unemployment or employment, which is what is usually reported, but decent work, whether people could get a living wage, and the issue of marginalizing, of marginalized groups, including migrant population, and persons with disabilities. We did a study which shows that many of the technologies that were employed as a result of COVID, and to be fair, COVID was sudden and we weren't prepared for it. The next one, we couldn't make that excuse. But the point is that we did not have the appropriate technology for those persons with disabilities. Striving for gender equity, very important. It talks about that, and addressing the problem of youth. I've spoken about youth already and what is needed to get our unemployment rate from 30% down to near zero. There's no reason. These countries, these populations are too small to have that level of unemployment. And of course, with that comes crime, violence, and all the attendant problems. Creating social protection floors, and it talks about the Barbados experience, where the social, the employment programs were very helpful for persons who are working and so on. But what happens to those persons who are in the informal sector? The woman who sells juice at a school that was closed down for 2 years, what happens to that woman? There are serious matters. So social protection floors, and obviously in an environment in which our governments have very little fiscal space, we have to think through how we do that. But we can't have large numbers of our people falling through the cracks. The business of engaging the whole of government and building trust. This is a big challenge in the Caribbean. I always say, you know, when I got to Trinidad and Tobago, I was curious to know that when the finance minister goes to deliver his speech, large numbers of people queue up at gas stations on the rumor that gas may go up. No, I am saying we must be out of that. We must know what is in the budget, because we must participate in it. When the state of New York issues its budget, a larger GDP than ours, citizens could participate. This is not only the business of the ministries of finance. People in their hamlets and communities have things to say. But it may very well be that our institutional forms do not protect it. After all, we're a parliamentary democracy. So engaging the whole of government and building trust is very, very important. And I come back to the issue of the low rates of immunization. There's no trust. Although some jurisdictions did well, I think the Cayman Islands and so on had over 90%. So it's not an exceptional circumstances in the Caribbean. Creating a sense of inclusion for all stakeholders. And I like to give anecdotes. I was in Jamaica and I went into a shop to get something and I had a little bright button with, that bright button with all the SDGs. And the vendor says, "What is that?" Well, it was so dazzling. I said, "Oh, these are the SDGs." He said, "What SDGs?" He didn't know. Maybe he was watching American TV. But the point is that we have to engage our people. All right. Then cooperating through regional institutions, including Latin America. That was very well built in, and the ACS made the point that we must talk about the region in a more general, a very powerful point. And Ambassador Bernal made that point. We have to look beyond it. We have to embrace globalization sensibly. We are a globalized people. It's globalization that brought us here. So it's not a new concept to us. But we must engage it sensibly, strategically. We must abandon those things that injure our people and pursue those things that help us to go forward. But we have the brains in the Caribbean to do that. And the role of South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation, discussed before, very critical. And as I said in one of my introductions, we must record these things. We must know how much we're getting from South-South cooperation and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a preview of the outlook, and I leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aline, for that more than comprehensive overview. The intention was that we would have a 15-minute discussion about what has been presented. I suggest if we have those observations that we limit them to 2-3 minutes. I'll kick off with a couple of remarks quickly. First of all, your analysis shows, or the outlooks presentation shows, that economic decline, the whole crisis in the region started even before COVID pandemic emerged. That made it worse, but the crisis already started a couple of years before that. Two, I like the point you made about SDGs in the national planning and the national budget. Certainly something which we are advocating also. In our national planning, every single policy item is related to an SDG. The problem is, of course, to translate that in budget, but we're working towards that. What we have established as well is a national commission for SDGs and a platform which includes all kinds of different civil society organizations and very widespread, including the trade unions and the private sector. So we have that. What I'm suggesting here, in addition to that, is it would be useful also as a learning process if the region would have a mechanism for a regional SDG platform. We need to share experiences so that we can benefit from each other. It's a suggestion I would like to make. The other one is there is need indeed for structural policy adjustments and investments in several sectors which you have indicated where we underperform, but it requires, before even we define the policy adjustments and the required investments, it requires a strategic revisioning of our own region in terms of integration, in terms of our connection with the world, and all the other things which you have listed at the end. So I think advocating, suggesting, recommending a strategic discussion, and this is one of the topics I would like certainly to pick up on further, is what is the destiny of our region strategically? Not now, but in 20, 30, 40, 50 years. We have new resources in the region. What will it mean for the region? Also in terms of the integration process. On PPPs, absolutely, that has to be a tool between government and private sector. Again, something which was alluded to maybe quietly, we need to strengthen the capabilities of our regional development banks and development financing institutions within the region. I think if we leave it up to global frameworks, then we will not be close enough to our societies to be able to make an impact. So capitalizing, strengthening the capital credit capabilities of regional development banks is, I think, key, including the Caribbean Development Fund in our case. Last point on, there is an area, and I'm not sure if it will come more in detail in the report, but we are getting, Suriname for sure, and I'm sure everybody else in the region, offers, commercial offers in terms of carbon trading, carbon financing, carbon credits. Those are very complicated offers, go through different financing arrangements. And to be honest, our countries do not have the expertise to properly consider them in terms of what it really means from a legal perspective, from a strategic development perspective, as well as from the short-term financing perspective. It's becoming a business on its own. It's going to be major business because they have seen major consultancy firms see a benefit here because there is so much pledged, but it's not coming automatically to you. So you need channels for that. I think region-wide, maybe ECLA can help with this. We need some kind of clearinghouse for the region where countries could say, this is a proposal I received. Can you take a good look at it and advise me on what it would mean? Is this legit? Is this going to hurt us? Is it going to, all those things? We don't have that expertise because it requires legal contractual expertise. It requires financial. And then on top of that, the whole procedural issue. Just wanted to make those points. The floor is open to member states. After this, we will have a very promising presentation on Resilient Fund, which relates a little bit to this from the financing perspective.
Minister, if you might permit me just to say that some of my colleagues who have worked on this work are here. They were also would be related.
Yeah, the floor is open to member states and the representatives from the regional organizations. Anyone else? St. Lucia? Sir, you have the floor. Minister Baptiste.
Thank you, Chair. It's on? Okay. Chair, just a few questions that I have, given the importance of our recovery efforts and moving forward, still in the turbulence of things. I want to commend the presenter for, very good report, very good feedback, comprehensive, holistic, and that's a good vibe. But I don't know whether I missed it when I took some calls, but where does transportation fit into our recovery efforts? I don't know if you adumbrated it whilst I was missing in action.
Selective, but in the Force Outlook, we had a very extensive discussion on the LIAT problem and all the other problems, how you move people and so on, international transport and so on. So we've been selective this year.
Okay.
But we have colleagues who could render an opinion. And
yes, actually, I want to probably speak very briefly to it, given its importance. And even getting here, most countries we have to go to, you have to fly 3.5 hours to Miami from St. Lucia and then access, different areas within the hemisphere. I remember or probably our first face-to-face meeting after COVID was actually in Miami. A COFCOM meeting of Caribbean foreign ministers was actually held in Miami by virtue of the challenges that we have with air transportation in our region. I think we need to probably proceed with lightning rapidity to address that particular issue. And we must stop embracing old myths in the face of current realities and in terms of how we believe the industry operates. I must say in my brief intervention that air transportation is of paramount importance to us. I remember when LIAT was chartered. LIAT was chartered not to maximize profits, but to provide service in the islands because of the net benefit to our economies. The Caribbean market is our third largest market for tourism, but because of the lack of airlift, it creates a problem. And most people would argue, why it's so expensive to move from island to island in the Caribbean? You jump on an aeroplane and you go all the way over there and it's cheaper and the distance is much longer. Short haul flights are always more expensive than long haul flights. So we need to divest ourselves of that notion that because we're moving from St. Lucia to Barbados, that we must pay 50 cents, you know? But when we leave Barbados going to the UK, then we pay a lot of money. The airline industry is an industry where there is great demand for it, but it does not translate into profits by virtue of the nature of the demand and the supply. If you buy a case of bears with 24, you sell 12 bears tonight, you have 12 bears tomorrow to sell. But if you have an aircraft with 24 seats, you sell 12 seats from Suriname to Guyana. The other 12 is perishable because you cannot sell it tomorrow. So that's one of the first issues. For us, there is nowhere else in the world where the geography of the islands, you know, have the islands so close together. So a brand new ATR 42 in Canada and a brand new ATR 42 at George F.L. Charles. When the aircraft gets airborne and they both get airborne together, the aircraft in Canada flies 3 hours, 3.5 hours, and then land. That's one cycle. But the one from George Charles to Barbados, it flies a cycle probably in 30 minutes, turn around in another 30 minutes, goes to St. Vincent in another 30, turn around in 30, then goes to Grenada, turn around in another 30 minutes, goes to Trinidad, turn around in another 30 minutes. That aircraft has made many cycles while the aircraft in Canada is yet to make one cycle. And after 10,000 cycles, it goes into maintenance. Maintenance is a very serious cost in the air transport industry. It's labor and capital intensive. So in the same way that we make provisions for education and we make provisions in the budget for healthcare, maybe the time has come for us to assess the importance of air transport to our economies and look at the net benefit to the economies as opposed to taking a look at LIAT and other carriers not maximizing profits. If it was so easy in the Caribbean for us to maximize profit, we would have a lot of different companies, even the private sector, entering it. We saw Stanford with Caribbean Star. Did it ever register any profit? Absolutely not, because it cannot be profitable when you fly in those routes with small populations and the islands so close together. The cost is tremendous. Another contributing factor, you have the fixed cost of an aeroplane, all right? Aircraft utilization in a day matters in terms of trying to run into some level of break-even point of profit. Most of our airports close at midnight. And so LIAT has a limited opportunity during the day to really fly that aeroplane to maximize, you know, the ability for it to at least break even far less. We have American Airlines, a privately owned carrier, sometimes goes into Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and we run to bail them out. We give them $1.5 million for them to develop planning for another route. We guarantee them. Whilst we could have just spent money looking for Caribbean people who want to travel and pay a ticket for them, let them come to our respective countries and actually make an effective demand for goods and services within our borders. So I believe the time has come for us to embrace the challenge and do the necessary work. I recall some time ago telling Dr. Jules, for example, that I think we need to approach the air transport group to dissect the anatomy of Liat, for example, and see what the challenges were, how we operate, the routes we operate, and do some route analysis as to how we can improve connection from one point to the next, and to facilitate overall connectivity in our hemisphere, because that is of tremendous importance. So I just wanted to adumbrate that point. I think we should have it done for some serious analysis.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll offer the floor now to Ambassador Wheatley and then followed by Montserrat. Sorry, Eklaks. Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the presenter for the excellent presentation. There's one thing that I did not hear that previously had been mentioned over and over in our dialogue: blue economy. I'd be very curious to hear the views of our presenter on where the blue economy falls now in the outlook for the region.
Thank you very much. We'll take the questions all and then have the Secretariat, Eklak, respond to that. Now, Eklak. Is not on as yet, yes. Maybe you can turn yours off, Ambassador.
Yeah, thank you, Minister, for that question. I think my intervention is to indicate that in chapter 1 of the outlook, where we looked at innovative financing mechanisms and the issue of export diversification and structural transformation, there is reference there to modernizing key elements of the infrastructure, economic infrastructure. We talked about improving or modernizing transport, air and sea transport, because of the knock-on effect of the cost of regional transport to efficiency, economic efficiency, cost of production, regional trade in goods, and as well as services. And I'm happy to hear the intervention from Minister Baptiste. And I think we can have a deeper discussion with St. Lucia member states, how we move forward. There's some discussion within the region some years ago about having faster ferries, about looking at air transport in the Caribbean as a public good, and also looking for innovative financing mechanisms for funding and the restructuring of air transport in the region. And I'm heartened or happy to hear that has been embraced. But if you examine chapter 3 when the outlook is released, it is definitely an area that we discussed. The other issue with respect to our approach to debt restructuring and addressing the debt challenge of the region and creating fiscal space. I think the fiscal space created by beneficiary countries with respect to our debt restructuring and the CRF, definitely we can have a discussion on how member states best use that fiscal space for welfare and welfare programs as well, and social safety nets, but also economic restructuring. So that's a second element that is key here. And thirdly, the focus of the window 1 of the Caribbean Resilience Fund is CRF. We tried to load a lot of issues with respect to transport and infrastructure onto that window, and member states felt that would have made it a bit heavy. And donors may not want to engage when we are discussing climate resilience and greening of economies. You're talking about roads and bridges and internal transportation. we'll try to see if there are innovative ways we can have the CRF treat with those crucial issues that have been inhibiting structural transformation and competitiveness and economic growth for the Caribbean countries. And I hope that provides some comfort to the minister and the other member states that raise questions in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I suggest also in terms of time management, as we're going to have the presentation on the Resilient Fund shortly. Mr. Alain has noted the questions raised in the room here, but we have two issues which we received virtually. And I'm going to read them so that you can respond to that as well, to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The first question is that given the fact that the Caribbean countries are historically better performers in service production, what explains the better performance of goods producing economies over 2020, 2022? A bit related to this is possibly that what, if any, are the emerging factors which explain why credit is more likely to be extended for consumption, operational needs instead of private sector activities? Additional note, understanding this is important to complement facilities such as the CRF, because it's a long debated underutilized liquidity, which can make a difference for medium-sized enterprises. I suggest with these questions and the ones raised in the room, we listen to Mr. Alain and then conclude this segment. Take a note of the earlier presentations on transportation in its relationship to development in the region.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, the transportation issue is crucial. These things have been solved in other jurisdictions. These are not new issues. We've been wrestling with it, but they've been solved in Europe and so on, where there's small jurisdictions separated by, islands are separated. Did mention some initiatives in that direction, and the fast ferry issue was on the agenda for some time. So alternative modes, there's the capacity issue. There's a good logical economic reason why the short haul is much more expensive. That's been studied very well. But the issue of cross subsidy is also a way of addressing this issue, meaning that where the capacity is low, the high capacity areas subsidize the low capacity areas. That happens in the United States, where some areas may be rural, or in Australia. So there are many mechanisms. The point is that there is so much fiscal stress in the Caribbean that governments are not going to be willing to finance an operation that has a loss that is not even understood. That's a real challenge. So I think that you could have private-public partnership in an operation like this, where the government may guarantee a certain amount, a certain profit rate for the industry. And if that rate falls in the market, the government comes in with some kind of budgetary support. So there are very clever ways in which we could address this problem, but the leadership has to get together and to resolve it. Two other things. One is easy. The online question was, why is it that the service producers, which have historically done better, suddenly lost out in the 2020-2022 period? That's very easy. The tourism economies were completely shut down. And the goods producers, although they suffered as well, if you think about Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago in particular, remember the price of oil then began to move up. Although Trinidad and Tobago is now regarded as a gas rather than an oil economy. But they didn't suffer as much. They didn't have a total collapse of the economy. And then, of course, they didn't have to impose some of those conditions which would normally accompany a service-based economy where large numbers of people had to be moving in and out of the country, having problems in their country, restrictions in their own country, and having restrictions in the local jurisdiction. The issue of credit to consumption also is not a difficult question. If you were working at the Central Bank of the Eastern Caribbean or the Bank of Jamaica, and you have a nice job, the bank will lend you any amount of money. You have a nice contract. Why not? They have a problem with lending people whose income is uncertain. So the point is, you lend to consumption type behavior where there are guarantees. You're not going to lend to productive behavior areas where there are risks. And that is why we're saying a mechanism like the CRF would really have a stream of risk-based instruments that would give the private sector comfort. So banks are very, and let me make a broader point. Commercial banks are not the best vehicle for development finance. And much of our finance is dominated by commercial banks. We don't have what are called the various mechanisms that you will find in developed countries. There is an informal financial sector, by the way, but venture capitalists and so on are very rare in these parts. If a youngster is a good DJ and wants to get finance, he catch hell because you don't have the mechanisms to address that problem. So what you need is risk-based instruments that allow the private sector to have comfort. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Wheatley.
Oh, yes, the blue economy. Sorry. My apologies. Yes, in the second outlook, we had an extensive discussion on the blue economy. We don't have such a discussion here, but we recognize it.
Yeah.
And we make the point that it's a very, it expands the resource base. And of course, there are technological issues. For example, there's a lot of biological and other kinds of products, pharmaceutical products that are in the ocean. So it's a vast area, but it needs knowledge and expertise to harvest it in a sustainable way. And it needs the financial support for that investment. But you're right, it wasn't developed as fully in this.
Follow up?
Are there any examples you can give us where there is progress on the pharmaceutical front and so on in the Caribbean space?
It's in dribs and drabs. In terms of pharmaceuticals, it's only Cuba is really on the frontier, but we have not had any sustained industry because after COVID, our headquarters asked us to clean what information it was. We don't have an established pharmaceutical industry. We have, you know, a little work in ganja, a little work here and there, but not an industry in the sense in which you think of an industry.
Great, thank you very much. We have come to the conclusion, but there is a note here from the CARICOM Competition Commission that there is a tool that could be used called DIMS, Donor Information Management System, in terms of project and donor information. So we may want to take that on board as a resource. With this, we come to a conclusion. It's not a complete presentation, but I think we went through it and over the past days as well. You will have an early look at it going forward to the meeting in Argentina. So it's good to go into detail in the report. With that, we are closing this item on the agenda and moving forward to the presentation of Minister Peters on a matter which was discussed in the past days in the roundtable. So I'm happy to offer the floor to Minister Peters to talk about the establishment of the Caribbean Resilience Fund. Minister Peters, we can see you, but the flowers gel well with the background.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair, it is my privilege to present a summary report of the work we concluded over the past 2 days. The Caribbean Development Roundtable offered a range of innovative solutions to address key development challenges in our sub-region. The theme of this roundtable was recovery and repositioning in the context of COVID-19. Recovery is critical, but so too is repositioning of our economic and social processes, since it was agreed that the world as we know it has changed considerably. It will be more interconnected, more digitized. Of course, there are significant downside risks. The roundtable addressed 5 vital areas confronting the sub-region. These were: 1, vulnerability, debt and liquidity constraints; 2, a response to the interim report on the multidimensional vulnerability index as an effective measure of vulnerability in middle-income Caribbean SIDS; 3, responding to the data and statistical capacity needs; 4, interrogating the role of global partnership for repositioning, recovery, and resilience; and 5, the need for economic restructuring and diversification for deeper integration of the Caribbean with Latin America and in the global economy. Crucially, the roundtable laid out the sub-region's challenges, proposed opportunities, and presented recommendations for seizing these as we continue to enhance our resilience. With respect to challenges, the CDR noted that as the sub-region seeks to exit the pandemic, stiff challenges remain. These are sluggish growth and limited fiscal space, alongside high inflation and high unemployment, especially among the youth. Relatedly, as the formal sector fails to grow sufficiently to provide decent jobs, many citizens are forced into the informal sector, marked by low and unstable incomes. This has eroded gains in living standards and worsened inequality within countries. Further aggravating the situation, the sub-region faces high environmental vulnerability in the context of debt and liquidity constraints, making it difficult to build resilience to a range of shocks. Average public debt stood at 84% of GDP in 2021, while 24 cents of every dollar of revenue was used to service debt. This constrains fiscal space in a region that, for the most part, has been graduated from concessional financing flows under Dubois criterion of per capita gross national income. In this area, the meeting addressed a range of pressing concerns. Firstly, the sub-region's extreme vulnerability to natural hazards and climate change makes these risks existential threats to its sustainable development. Despite this ever-present threat to which the sub-region contributes to in a minuscule way, no country in the Caribbean receives more than 26% of the pledges from donors. Further, ODA to the Caribbean has averaged a meager 0.04% of GDP from 1995 to 2019. Given the domestic financial constraints, limited international support constrains the region's ability to invest in critical resilient infrastructure, such as roads and ports and institutions. The meeting recognized the Caribbean Resilience Fund, the CRF, as a proactive approach to address the debt and liquidity challenges facing the sub-region. It is a special purpose vehicle to address those critical areas that have not attracted finance for development. The CRF offers one window for financing climate resilience activities including the green energy transition, and another to provide additional liquidity to governments through its liability management operations, the LMOs. The meeting generally endorsed the fund and delegates pledged to support its timely development. It was reported by ECLAC that the LMOs were showing considerable promise among the pilot member states. Delegates, it is beyond dispute that the current global system is not fit for purpose to address the multidimensional vulnerability of Caribbean middle-income SIDS. It fails to account for severe vulnerability of our sub-region despite our middle-income status. Moreover, with respect to preeminent climate threats, there is inadequate reckoning with the fact that despite the Caribbean's limited contribution to global warming, it is one of the most severely affected regions. Our sub-region is therefore challenged to develop a robust multidimensional vulnerability index. Work is apace on this front under the auspices of AOSIS, and the index is guided by key principles, including multidimensionality, universality, and resilience. However, a key challenge is to ensure that a universal index is not so much a catch-all that it fails to account for the peculiar vulnerabilities of Caribbean and other SIDS. This would certainly prevent a fair allocation of required international concessional financing for climate adaptation in the sub-region. The meeting also recommended that the MVI must be technically robust by, among other things, ensuring that the explanatory variables are individually risk adjusted to properly measure likely harm to countries, and that the index accounts for feedback effects, measurement errors, and address causality with properly defined weights for variables. It was also suggested that the Caribbean had the requisite technical capacity to help the framers of the index to address some of the challenges that may arise. Delegates, the meeting also examined the cross-cutting issue of data and statistical capacity in the sub-region. Even though the pandemic has increased the demand for timely, good quality data, our statistical systems have not been up to the task. In this regard, the Caribbean has performed less well than Latin America and even some small states. The meeting challenged Caribbean governments with support from the private sector where feasible to prioritize investments in data production and dissemination, as this is a vital public good similar to road infrastructure. Despite the challenges, however, there are opportunities for leveraging financial and technical support, as has been done by Statin in Jamaica, which has enabled the country to leap from 164th to 37th on the Global Open Data Watch between 2016 and 2018. Further, Suriname has also built up its statistical capacity while undertaking its VNR, partly by using administrative data. In addition, the World Bank funded project in the OECS facilitates data harmonization and innovation, such as the development of big data and machine learning. The need for expanding statistical literacy and engaging the public was also emphasized. The need to retain persons with proper statistical training over time was also emphasized. To address the need for greater international cooperation, the meeting proposed the strengthening of global partnerships and multilateralism that would benefit SIDS. It acknowledged that these are more difficult times as major development partners are distracted by the war in Ukraine, and heavy competition and rivalry often exists given limited budgets by the development partners. Nevertheless, there are opportunities to strengthen greater Caribbean cooperation in areas of transportation and in the green and blue economy. The UN system also provides an avenue for improved support in areas such as HIV/AIDS and social protection systems. Indeed, the example of the WFP that provides preemptive action support based on the forecast of a disaster is a model that can be scaled up to reduce the burden on governments in post-disaster periods. Some delegates representing member states wanted greater information sharing about what various UN agencies are doing in other jurisdictions. The meeting highlighted that economic restructuring and diversification were challenges that must be tackled head-on. It noted, however, that too often the region has taken a defensive position in dealing with global competition. It was suggested that the time was right for the sub-region to take a more aggressive, strategic, global repositioning approach to its development. This would be based on cultivating dynamic entrepreneurial firms, whether small or large, that anticipate consumer demand and produce high-quality products and services that consumers want. This is critical to addressing the binding foreign exchange constraint in the sub-region. Finally, delegates, the CDR demands of the region its best effort to invest more efficiently in its development, even as it leverages global support and solidarity in areas where there is least capacity. Delegates, it is said that the march of 1,000 miles begins with one step, and the challenge is therefore ours. Mr. Chair, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Minister, and again, comprehensive, also in terms of the opportunities, but also the purpose and the challenges ahead. From my point of view, the Caribbean Resilience Funds is necessary, but we are a long way, it seems, from establishing it. And I hope that long way is not going to be too long, because there is urgency. So it should be addressed with priority as well. My understanding is that based on these recommendations, but also the observations with regard to some of the challenges and the limitations, we certainly would need to move forward if this presentation, this report is adopted as a way forward, and that we need to engage CARICOM, especially the CARICOM finance ministers, to take this discussion further in terms of the specific arrangements to be put in place legally, as well as programmatic, the focus areas. And of course, other institutions will be involved in that process, including the financial institutions of the region. But then from there on, we need to secure funding as basis for this fund. And that will require more discussions with global instruments, financial instruments, and possibly IFIs for that matter. So a lot of work needs to be done still, in my view, but it is of a high priority, I think, for us to try to expedite this process. And we look forward to suggestions with that in that regard. The objective, and I would like those who are going to intervene to also indicate whether they endorse the recommendation for next steps, also so that we can move forward with the decision. Ambassador Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, I was not present when the item was discussed at the CDR on first day due to circumstances beyond my control. But I would like to register here that the BVI wishes to be covered or included in the Caribbean Resilience Fund. When we get to the item on associate members and their aspirations, I'll say a bit more about that, but I'd like to just register our interest at this time. And certainly, if it could be included in the recommendations that we are putting forward from this meeting.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. When I looked at the name, it's called Caribbean Resilience Fund and not CARICOM. So I assume that it would cover the whole Caribbean, but for another substantive reason as well. We can't help some countries and others not. That would not be sustainable over in the long end. So everybody should be involved in this process. Just wanted to make that point, but hope that gives you some comfort as well. Other observations? If not, are we in agreement with the recommendations and the observations made? Aye. Okay, then that means in Surinamese language, yes, as well. So I take that as a yes. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Minister Peters. We will keep coming back to you on this issue as well. We have now, we are at lunchtime, not on my agenda, but item 4. Shall we not take item 4 and after that seek to have lunch? I see no objections. Thank you. So we'll move to item 4, achieving the SDGs in the Caribbean. We have spoken somewhat about it. Oh, Miss Joseph, is that Miss Joseph from the beautiful country of Dominica? Are you online?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So we will not let you wait and ask you to present, make the presentation on the implementation of the 2030 SDG agenda based on the outcomes of the 5th meeting of the Forum of Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development, which was held earlier this year. So without further ado, I would like to offer you the floor to make the presentation and subsequently respond to some questions if you wish. Ms. Joseph, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Mr. Chair, and greetings to all the distinguished delegates, ministers, representatives of countries, and various organizations, including the UN and other entities that may be represented here today. Thank you for the opportunity to present and permission, Chair, to share my screen.
Permission granted, and we congratulate you on the outfit, which is very Surinamese as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is really a Creole month in Dominica, and so throughout the month we wear Creole type outfits, and particularly on a Friday, the entire public service and all of Dominica wears something Creole. So thanks for the acknowledgement. Okay, let me see if I can get slideshow mode. Right, so I'm here to present on behalf of ECLAC a summary report on the Decade of Action for Change. That is the 5th report on the regional progress and challenges in relation to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. First, the summary report is originating out of the 5th meeting held in San Jose, Costa Rica, during the period 7th to 9th of March, 2022. And the meeting was attended by various countries, In fact, 14 members of the CDCC were in attendance and listed here: Antigua and Barbuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Belize, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, Grenada, Guyana, Jamaica, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, and also 7 associated member states, namely Anguilla, Bermuda, BVI, Cayman Island, Curacao, Montserrat, and the Turks and Caicos Islands. And the CDCC thanks all the member countries that were in attendance and represented well. The important issues that emanated surrounded the subject matter of a decade of action for a change of era. And these issues were namely that there is a need for innovative financing, renewed international development cooperation, the monitoring of the SDGs, natural disasters and the asymmetry of climate change in the Caribbean, conservation and sustainable use of our biodiversity, education and gender equality, build back better from the coronavirus, and also the contribution of the United Nations Sustainable Development System in Latin America and the Caribbean. The emphasis being on a decade of change because of the many global impacts on the LAC countries. And being small island developing states in the main, these were impactful, and so definitely the discussion surrounded those issues. The discussion looked also at the impact of the pandemic on LAC countries. And the result of this was that there was an intensification of severe inequalities in the rights to health. Secondly, income concentration. The pandemic impacted the availability and access to income, especially in already struggling small island developing states with limited fiscal space. It also assessed that the pandemic resulted in territorial gaps and access to public goods, and also the deepening asymmetries between developed and developing countries, affecting middle-income countries, which is made up mostly of the LAC region. The widening of the gap caused by the pandemic, and also the successive event on several member countries in terms of climate change, would need to be addressed because the gap causes an increase in inequalities. And from the meeting, it was summarized that of particular importance was access to COVID-19 vaccines and financial resources, as well as capacities to implement economic recovery initiatives. And that would ensure that the economies of the LAC region were able to bounce back from the serious impact of the pandemic. Special focus was placed on three major impacts of the pandemic on the region, referred to as the silent crisis in the fifth report of the forum. And these were the loss of more than a year of classroom schooling for an entire generation of students. And that would be students who would not normally have access to online learning technologies and had to stay out of the classroom. Secondly, the increase in gender-based violence resulting from the pandemic, and also the unequal gender distribution of care burdens. And thirdly, the pandemic resulted in an exacerbation of the destruction of the ecosystem, leading to biodiversity loss. Special attention was placed on the outgoing executive secretary, and the CDCC forum ensured that they extended their appreciation to outgoing ECLAC executive secretary, Her Excellency, Ms. Alicia Bassina, for her commitment to the sustainable development of the Caribbean region, and also to ECLAC sub-region headquarters for the Caribbean for continued technical assistance provided to the sub-region. I'm sure all of us here will put our hands together and say thank you to the Executive Secretary for her great contribution. The Caribbean countries highlighted also the progress in the implementation of the SDGs, including the preparation and presentation of the VNR to the high-level political forum, which was held this year in July of 2022. A little bit of summary on the VNR preparations. Progress has made within the Caribbean countries, as you can see from the slide presentation. In 2017, we had 4 countries presenting. 2018, the Bahamas, Dominican Republic, Jamaica. In 2019, Guyana and St. Lucia. In 2020, Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Trinidad and Tobago. Some of these countries presented for the very first time and some for the second time. In 2021, Antigua and Barbuda, the Bahamas, Cuba and the Dominican Republic. And in 2022, Dominica, Grenada, well, Dominica for its very first time, Grenada, Jamaica for the second time, Suriname, Aruba, Curacao, and St. Martin. And just to show us in terms of the data, how it appears, you can see that we have progress, and we look forward to making greater strides in the next VNR presentation. So we're up to 7 countries in 2022, which is a significant leap from where we were at in 2017 and the years to follow. Other significant issues raised in the 5th session was that we needed to focus on putting people at the center of development and recovery. There was the need for innovative financing solutions. Recovery from the impacts of COVID-19 was imminent. The attainment of food security being a highlight, an area of focus. The implementation of the sustainable development strategies to preserve rainforests and reduce carbon emissions in countries. The tangible support for learning and capacity building in online and learning modules and learning modes, the creation of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index was an imperative, and the comprehensive response to natural disasters. We all would agree that these were very important considerations raised by member countries that were or the representative at that at the CDCC. Recovery diagnosis, what do we do from here? What is being put forward? What was put forward? With respect to recovery, attention of the meeting was drawn to the importance of social protection in supporting citizens who were most at risk, thereby ensuring that the gap was narrowed, and the new risk of digital inequality resulting from the digital divide as we seek to transform our regions digitally. These issues pose challenges and opportunities for the Caribbean at the same time. And in summary, distinguished delegates, these issues discussed at the 5th meeting of the forum are still very relevant to the Caribbean as we recover from the pandemic and we build resilience to existing and new vulnerabilities. And with that, I thank you, and the floor is open for questions and comments. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Joseph, for that overview. If I can make 1 or 2 comments. Suriname was indeed one of the countries this year to present its report for the first time. We have committed to do so in 2 years or 2 years' time. But what we have learned from this process, that's what I wanted to share, is we need to have more data-driven impact description. Because it remains far too descriptive, and we want to feel or materialize the impact of it much more in a detailed fashion. So this is a commitment we have made, but as we have seen throughout the discussions this morning as well, data collection is a limiting factor in many ways in the region. So this is something to be looked at as a priority as well. But on the COVID-19, in discussions with regional organizations like PAHO, but also others, I think there are 2 areas where we need to maybe ask for a study or at least an analysis going forward. One is on the mental health situation, the long-term mental health consequences for young people who have not been able to visit school, but also have been isolated. And we don't understand fully as yet what it could mean for the future. This is almost a whole generation that has been living for 2 years in a totally different environment. So this is one suggestion. And the other one is the long-term consequences on quality of our labor force in terms of knowledge and productivity. Because again, we have children who have not been able to visit school in a regular fashion. So the question is what impact this will have going forward in terms of their contribution to society. Will they lack certain skills? Will they not be able to function optimally and all of that? But I don't want to prejudge any kind of analysis. I think it would be useful to have at least some analysis done on this matter. With that said, the floor is open to member states and of course the organizations present here. I recognize Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this is my first time taking the floor this morning, today, let me extend my appreciation to the Honorable Albert Ramdin, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Business, for the wonderful arrangements made to host these 3 days of important meetings. I congratulate you, Minister Ramdin, on your election as CDC chair for the next biennium, and congratulate the other elected members of the newly reconstituted CDCC Bureau. I also wish to acknowledge the outgoing chair, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and the outgoing Bureau for the work undertaken over a difficult 2-year period, defined principally by the challenges of COVID-19 pandemic. On behalf of Jamaica, I thank member states for the selection to the role of rapporteur and reaffirm Jamaica's commitment to supporting the virtual work of the CDCC and ECLEC in the Caribbean sub-region, particularly at this critical juncture in a recovery and repositioning effort. I take the opportunity also to extend particular appreciation to Ms. Diane Qualis for her dedicated leadership of ECLEC Caribbean, and thank ECLEC Caribbean Secretariat for orchestrating this opportunity for high quality and focused engagement of issues of importance to the sub-region. Specifically as it relates to item 4, achieving sustainable development goals in the Caribbean. Chair, I thank you for giving me the floor at this particular time. And I want to speak to Jamaica's national experience in implementing the SDGs. Jamaica was pleased to present its second VNR during the United Nations High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development in July of this year. We believe this reflects the resolve of the government to advance national development and fully implement the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs, despite the myriad global challenges which threaten to derail our progress. I will share with the committee some of the perspectives emanating from Jamaica's second VNR on creating an enabling environment to achieve progress on the goals. Firstly, a robust framework for planning, monitoring, and evaluation are foundational for achieving the commitments under the Agenda 2030. Jamaica has integrated the SDGs into its National Development Plan Vision 2030. Jamaica now has 98.6% alignment, thus prioritizing implementation. An iterative process of planning, monitoring, and evaluation has enabled identification of gaps and lessons learned, which have informed the strengthening of the implementation processes. We have a strong institutional coordination that is supportive of the planning, monitoring, and evaluation framework that is essential to advancing the SDGs. In Jamaica, a consistent program of stakeholder engagement ensures ownership of the process at national and local level and facilitates action on key areas to advance the agenda. This participatory framework ensures accountability for development among both state and non-state actors, such as civil society, academia, private sector, and other interest groups. We have gone ahead to strengthen the data and statistics to monitor the SDGs, which is vital to achieving that. Jamaica has institutionalized monitoring the SDGs indicator framework within our National Statistics Office, STATIN, and has further appointed personnel to produce periodic reports on the SDGs targets and indicators. Jamaica is currently aiming to strengthen coordination, production, and dissemination of official statistics through strengthening the legislative framework, and has partnered with regional and international partners, including ECLAC, to improve the quality of statistics produced. Building resilience and addressing poverty and vulnerability are key to ensuring sustainability and protecting investments in development. We have learned from our experience in poverty reduction that the strategic framework must consist of two reinforcing elements, namely economic growth and investment in human capital. Investment in resilience is also required to address vulnerabilities to environment-related shocks and strengthening partnerships and coordination among key stakeholders. It's also, we're also imported into what we're doing a program of sustainable financing and partnership at all levels, which has underscored the means of implementation for the SDGs. Deepening regional integration should be supported by strong, continuous advocacy on the global stage on the issues affecting states. Debt sustainability, access to financing, environment vulnerability, and vulnerability to external shocks must be maintained on the global agenda. And lastly, achieving the SDGs in the region requires addressing systemic issues and challenges within the countries and the region that constrain growth and development and stymies progress on our key development indicators. Strategic and transformative actions are required, including strengthening public-private partnerships to advance progress in key areas and targets, strengthening the business and investment environment, increase transparency and accountability, as well as the promotion and application of research and development, science and technology in key development areas. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. We look forward to working with you as well. BVI, is that from before or that is from before? Thank you. Anyone on the list here? No. Look, with regard to the SDGs, I think it's a commitment we all have made. We only have a couple of years left to demonstrate some progress, and I'm sure it will be extended in whatever form. But I think it's a good framework to facilitate governance at a national level. And as such, I would recommend once again that we have a regional way of looking at it as well. A regional platform, consultation, maybe once a year to inform each other. But we need that so that we don't need to repeat mistakes, but also benefit from our positive experiences in this regard. And that can only benefit the region as a whole. And with that, I want to thank Ms. Joseph for the presentation. I'm not sure if you have some final comments, Ms. Joseph, on the comments made by myself and Minister of Jamaica.
Not really, Chair. I think your response suffices, and I agree with the Minister from Jamaica that definitely increased focus and attention needs to be placed on the recovery items that we summarized, and ensuring that those of us who are recovering recover strongly, and that while we're doing that, in keeping with the No One Left Behind commitment of the UN, that we ensure that we partner with member states in helping them to be able to fight not only COVID-19, but other factors that would impede progress in the region. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much again. And I see there is enough energy in the room shortly before lunch. I don't understand it, but okay. We have ECLAC representative and CARICOM as well before we end this session. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for giving us the opportunity to respond to, I think, two of the issues that you raised. And during the CDR, there was a presentation on the ECLAC information system on national capacity to produce SDG indicators, which I think directly responds to your challenge that we provide a platform to share information, especially data with respect to the SDGs. So this is a platform that we would like to, again, provide to member states. And the presentation that was made during the CDR will be made available on the CDCC meeting website, so that you can download that and see the process and the steps that will be required to get on this information system. Then with respect to the issue you raised about the impact of COVID on education, ECLAC actually, we did a study last year, which directly addressed the issue of education during the COVID-19 pandemic, with specific emphasis on access, inclusion, and psychosocial support. So this is something that we have worked on, and we are still open to address further with your leadership as the CDCC chair. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. And it indicates again that we need to share more information so that we can benefit from existing tools. Thank you very much. CARICOM Secretariat, Deputy Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I certainly would not want to be the one standing between this August body and lunch. So I'll be quite quick. Chair, let me take the opportunity to thank Ms. Joseph for presenting the update report. And it's really heartening to see that the number of countries voluntarily reporting their SDG status is in fact increasing. And I think that's a good sign. I wanted though to ask, and perhaps, because it is lunchtime, that question can be answered bilaterally, but it would be interesting to find out in the reports the extent to which we may have seen some regression in SDG achievement since the impact of COVID-19, and what the action plans may be for bringing us back on track. I think that's an issue that we would certainly be interested in following closely. I want also, Chair, to just piggyback a bit on your comment regarding the possible impact on the labor force. It is a matter that I would perhaps return to in the post-lunch period, but just to indicate that at the 33rd meeting of the CARICOM, intersessional meeting of the CARICOM heads of government, a proposal was made for the establishment of a population commission to in fact interrogate the issues related to population in the Caribbean, from the youthful population to the fact that our last round of censuses indicated that we are in fact seeing an aging population. Over 10% of our population is now over the retirement age, and that's increasing. We're also talking about greater industrialization of the Caribbean region, providing more opportunities. All of those population-related matters, CARICOM wishes to posit that based on the recommendation, the proposal from member states, that a population commission be established to look into some of those areas. And like I said, I will return to that a bit later. The final point that I want to make on this issue very quickly is that there is in fact the Standing Committee of Caribbean statisticians that work very closely together. And through the Standing Committee of Caribbean statisticians, quite a bit of work is happening with regard to tracking the attainment of results along the lines of the SDGs. And this is simply an appeal for us to engage in a more wholesome kind of discussion and conversation, so as not to reinvent the wheel and also not to be working in a duplicative manner. CARICOM would love to work much closer with ECLAC on those issues so as to ensure that there is integration across the board in the efforts that we're putting forward for the benefit of the people of the region. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM. All points noted, and certainly the opportunities that exist for collaboration between institutional arrangements within CARICOM, the CARICOM Secretariat, and the wider UN system. So I'm sure that there is a note made, especially for the group on statistics in CARICOM Secretariat. And on some of the other issues, we will return in terms of population commission. Again, thank you very much, Ms. Joseph. And we conclude this presentation on the SDGs. We'll now move on to the next item, implementation. No, we're going to lunch. I was just gauging the temperature in the room, but clearly everybody awake. We'll break now for lunch. It's in lunch. Our teams will guide you to the different facilities. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you. Everybody to take their seats. Is there anyone outside who could be invited to come inside? I see a couple of others still coming, so let's wait 2 minutes. So in the interest of time, I suggest we start. Are the technicians ready? And we have Ms. Arti Dubri online, ready to go?
Good afternoon. Screen
Okay, good. Give us 1 minute, because after lunch, everything is a bit slower.
Yeah. Just 1 second, we are getting,
Yes, we have not started as yet, but we're going to shortly. Good. Welcome back.
yes,
I
yes.
hope we haven't lost anybody after lunch. I mean, or they're still continuing maybe. Anyhow, we would get a review now on the implementation of the SIDS Accelerated Modalities of Action Samoa Pathway program. And we're going to invite the coordinator of the Sustainable Development and Disaster Unit of ECLAC Caribbean, Ms. Arti Dubri, to update the committee virtually on the Samoa Pathway. And hopefully that will be held in 2024, the review of that program. So, Ms. Dubri, you have the floor, and I see you have a presentation already on the screen, so please proceed.
Honorable Chair, good afternoon. Good afternoon, member states on protocol followed. Thank you so much for inviting us as part of the Secretariat to present to you this important area of work, which is the review of the implementation of the SIDS Accelerated Modality of Action. And we refer all through the meetings of the last 3 days on the Samoa Pathway. I know it's a difficult presentation, especially after lunch. I promise you it's going to be very sharp, and of course my director said, Arti, keep it quick. So I promise you, Mr. Chair, that this will be my purpose. I wanted to also to thank PS Joseph on her presentation of the 2030 agenda, because you would see as we move into the implementation of the Samoa, more and more that merger between the Samoa and the 2030 agenda is taking form. And I would also now move to my next slide. I'm having a bit of an IT of moving the slide. So please forgive me. So in the next, what we want to do in this slide is just to show we are really mature if you look at the number of years in which we have been implementing the SIDS Sustainable Development Agenda. If we start from the Barbados Plan of Action all the way to the 2024, we are truly, I would say if you consider a young person and now a 30-year-old person, having that experience in implementation of what are the priorities for sustainable development for the small island development states. And of course, in 2024, we will be going into another 10 years of implementation of the SIDS Sustainable Development Agenda. So if we, towards the planning of the 4th International Conference, of course, we will have as a region to start working on the process. Now, with the expectation of the resolution that will be soon released as of this year, which will give then the framework in which member countries would direct towards the preparation of the 10-year review of the Samoa Pathway, and leading, of course, to the 2024 meeting. So as member countries, as region, as all stakeholders, our work is there for us, beginning in 2023 to start the regional reports for the preparation of the 10-year review. And of course, with our ECLAC available and ready to support member countries and all partners in the thorough preparation of the Caribbean 10-year review of the Samoa Pathway. Now, in the preparation of the report of the Samoa Pathway, we know that there are some challenges. For example, the Samoa Pathway did not establish indicators for monitoring, tracking, or assessing. So we are called to prepare a 10-year review on how we have performed on the Samoa Pathway, but with the absence of a monitoring and reporting framework. Also recognizing that there are other sustainable development agendas that do have a monitoring and a framework, and we have some examples, the Sendai, of course, the Agenda 2030, the Addis Ababa, and the Paris Agreement. So they do have their monitoring framework. And the challenge, of course, is that we have to report on these sustainable development agendas, but within the framework of the Samoa Pathway. In the attempt to prepare a monitoring and evaluation framework, together with member countries and UNDESA, we have recognized that in the preparation process, there's both a qualitative and, of course, a quantitative. In the qualitative, we're looking at around 63 policies, programs, and other projects that will have to be reviewed. And in the quantitative, approximately 76 priority areas that are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals and the Sendai framework. And of course, there might also be other priority areas once we start the work. But at this stage of assessment, we will have to look at an estimated 76 priority areas. Now, at the 76th UN General Assembly meeting, the member countries supported the development of a monitoring framework and really encouraged that in the preparation of the 4th International Conference, a 10-year review, that we seek to have a monitoring framework and a reporting framework. The best fit, as you would understand, is the SDG platform. So we are measuring apples with apples as development, or mangoes with mangoes. So for 2022, together with our regional commissions and other partners, we looked at what data is there under the SDG platform reporting and tried to match those indicators with the priorities as identified under the Samoa Pathway. And we were able to show that it is possible to prepare a report using the SDG platform. Of course, there are some areas of the SIDS that are not closely fit into the SDG platform, for example, culture or biodiversities, and these are specifically defined under the Samoa Pathway. That being said, we were able to show some examples of measurable results So for example, progress made on the broadband, the results show that they were progressed and also progressed on renewable energy. There were progress in controlling the tuberculosis and reduced neonatal, maternal, infant, and under 5 mortality. The data, as and I said this is data where we were using a comparative of the SDG platform, show that there were regression in the conservation of natural habitats and the prevention of violence in more than 50%. And this is 50% of the small island development states, and reported increases in international homicide between 2014 and 2019. And almost 3/4 of the Caribbean states recorded a decline in their share in global exports between 2014 and 2019. Mr. Chair, this table is just to show the possibility of how we can report the 10-year review of the Samoa Pathway against using the 2030 platform for SDGs. It was the closest fit that we got in terms of having a more structured approach for preparation of the 10-year review of the Samoa Pathway. We also looked at how to bring us together with the other international agreements, the priority of agreements, sustainable development agreements for the small island development states. So in this preparation, we recognize that the 10-year review, but also going forward for the next 10 years of the SIDS agenda, the suggestion, of course, is to have a more results-based framework, a monitoring mechanism, and of course, with financing and partnership. And this monitoring framework should be aligned with the existing and perhaps new to be sustainable development agendas. And then we just give an example here of the current sustainable development agendas as priorities. And these, for example, the 2030 agenda, the Sendai, Addis Ababa, Paris, and the New Urban, also recognize these came after the 2014 Samoa Pathway. So it's always a challenge on how do you superlay one over the other in terms of monitoring and reporting. In discussions with member countries over the last few months, we just tabulate some of the areas that were common in priorities going forward, and of course for your consideration. So financing has been identified as a key area for prioritization, access, the debt repayment, and debt sustainability. Of course, we spoke a lot over the last few days on the multidimensional vulnerability index, resilient building, impact of climate change and other natural disasters, increase investments in building resilience, and climate financing. Other priorities that were laid during a meeting in August of this year in Antigua Barbuda, these were some of the priority areas for consideration in the next 10 years of the Samoa Pathway, or the 10 years of the SIDS agenda: sustainable livelihood, innovative centers that allow the SIDS population to be at the forefront and earn maximum value added in the future, environment, and a special session was done on marine plastic pollution, connectivity, goods, service, people, digital, cultural, overcoming the digital divide, collection of adequate data to track implementation results, data availability, and strengthening national, regional statistical system. And this is, of course, common across most of the sustainable development agendas of our member countries. And this will entail the generation, the access to and support data-driven decision-making. And I also, Mr. Chair, with your permission, when we talk about generation, I come from the what I call the environmental cloth, and the generation, what does it take to have sustained and in-time data? Let's say if we're looking at groundwater quality, for example, and we know that a rainfall or flooding can change that quality just by a moment. So we have to be also nimble in that the generation of that data is useful for the decision that has to be taken for the priorities under consideration. So, and I think that's my slide. So, Mr. Chair, thank you so much for this opportunity. On behalf of Ms. Diane Paulus, our director, I pass back to your good office. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dubry. We have now an opportunity to engage following the presentation. So the floor is open if there are questions. I think the presentation itself was clear. Not sure if the Secretariat has something to add to this, not? If not, then we want to thank Ms. Dubry for the update. I think there is a lot of work still ahead, but I think a roadmap is laid out. So we hope that we can follow that to the benefit of the region. Thank you very much, Ms. Dubry.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We'll continue with agenda item 6, which is support for the sustainable development aspirations of associate members of ECLAC. And on this matter, we have heard before the interest of some countries to speak on. But before we do that, we would like to invite the Honorable Joseph Farrell, Premier of Montserrat and Vice Chair of the CDCC, to lead the committee's consideration of the special development needs of associate members of the Commission. Yes, yes, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Colleague ministers, distinguished participants, Ms. Diana Paulus, I join with the others who spoke before me in thanking Minister Rabdeen, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business, and his team for so ably organizing these meetings. Certainly appreciate your hospitality, sir. I also take the opportunity to thank the outgoing members of the Bureau, led by Minister Carsten Peters, Foreign Affairs of St. Vincent and Grenadines, for so ably charging and chairing the Bureau over these past 2 turbulent years. I express heartfelt congratulations to Minister Rabdeen for acceding to the chair of the Bureau, and to assure you, sir, that my colleagues and I, as Vice Chair and rapporteurs, pledge our full support in advancing the work of this august body. Esteemed colleagues, it was a little over a year ago that we as SIDS came together following the aftermath of pandemic and made the call for cooperation and support our COVID-19 response and recovery. 1 year on, we are facing another global crisis in the wake of the Russian-Ukraine war. Prior to 2020, many of us as small island states in the Caribbean were grappling with the devastating effects of hurricanes Maria and Irma, which impacted associate member states and from which they have not fully recovered. It is undoubtedly been an exceptional period for us, all of us, especially those of us small island states, developing states. Unfortunately, given the state of volatility of global affairs and climate change, we stand to encounter even more transformative events. Our predicament, however, is not without hope. For in the UN 2030 agenda lays out answers to what must be for our survival and future development. That is the promise, no one left behind. In this vein, I am honored to address this wider forum on behalf of ECLAC associated member states regarding support for our sustainable development aspirations. It is imperative more than ever that those wielding the influence and holding the development purse respond to glaring disparity experienced by small island developing states in accessing financial and other resources, and accept the responsibility to change the status quo for our collective development. Before I continue, one must first answer, what is our sustainable development aspirations? On this, I ask that you permit my boldness in claiming that our sustainable development aspiration as SIDS are at the heart of it the same. We all want economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental balance. We all aspire to the ideals of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. However, the sad fact is that the trajectory across the states, our states, prior to 2020, for the achievements of the SDGs was one of slow progress. Furthermore, the unfortunate reality was that many of us stood unprepared for the scale, magnitude, and steady occurrence of the recent global events. As a result, the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of our development framework have been exposed to the detriment of our peoples. Reporting on the Eastern Caribbean region, the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union reported that in 2020, the pandemic impacted all aspects of society. In the healthcare sector, hospitals, clinics were stretched to their limits, faced with over 70,000 cases of COVID-19, which caused disruption to our primary healthcare systems. Individuals suffered mental health hardship. In education, many were forced to abruptly implement virtual learning platforms where no infrastructure existed before. For the most vulnerable, there was limited or no access to internet and devices. The long-term impact for learning is still being determined. And this, just a while ago, we discussed the mental implication that this out of school, out of person, out of building had on our children and still have. And the extent to this is not yet known. Suppression measures around the world cause disruptions in food supply, an increase in food prices. The ECCU economy is reported to have contracted by some 17% in 2020. Hotels and the restaurant sector, the proxy for tourism declined by some 60% in our small island states. Financial balances deteriorated, and unemployment was rampant. Over 22,000 jobs were lost in the region during the pandemic. The Montserrat 2020 Labor Force Survey reported an increase in overall employment rate in youth unemployment. In Montserrat, over 9 million EC dollars was extended for the government by the government of Montserrat to support the healthcare systems and provide economic relief and stimulus for those who were impacted during the first wave of COVID-19. This might sound small to many of you, but this is a significant outlay in terms of our own budget. What was still not sufficient to meet the needs of those who were unemployed as a result of the pandemic. Presently, fiscal measures continue to be implemented. However, as an economy dependent on granting aid, very little local manufacturing and heavily dependent on importation of food and fuel, there's been little my government could do to cushion the overall impact. And even as I address you, the cost of basic food items is spiraling out of control. Moreover, these response mechanisms have not addressed the investment urgently needed to reposition our country for economic growth and wealth distribution, such as reliable air and sea access, renewable energy, job creation, to provide reliable healthcare and access to modern responsive education. The situation is similar across many countries in the region, and I know that well. Across our countries, recovery aid is indeed forthcoming. However, only a handful of bilateral and multilateral institutions have supported SIDS in mitigating the impact of the pandemic. With only 4% of the available COVID-19 funding for developing countries being spent in SIDS, and more so on ECLAC associate members. The OECD reported that official development assistance directed to the to SIDS in 2019 was $5.74 billion. ECLAC associated member states received a little official development assistance as a sheer total of ODA funding. In addition, several SIDS who have graduated to middle income status have lost access to concessional finances from multilateral countries, banks, and other institutions. Colleagues, while the 2030 Agenda paves a clear pathway to sustainable development, access to the much needed resources to achieve the SDGs have been far from equal, and in direct contradiction with the SDG promise of no one left behind. The challenges faced by small island states to access official development assistance is very well documented and evidence. Yet, implementations of solutions has been very slow. To level the playing field, support must include advocacy for advancement and adoption of expanded EDGP assessment tools like the UN's Multidimensional Vulnerability Index and CDB's Recovery Duration Adjuster. Such mechanisms ensure the SDGs promise as they recognize the economic, social, and environmental realities of small island developing states and allow due consideration of the specific circumstances of our individual states and regions when events take place. SIDS, to include associated members of this body, continue to be at risk of economic and environmental shocks, like those being felt from the war in Ukraine, the price of fuel, the price of food. Until substantive investment is made, we all stand to suffer for the long haul. Investment in renewables. We must advance this to prevent our dependency on fossil fuel. In the Caribbean, we have sunlight and wind 365 days a year, but the funders have not yet come through for us so that we can be weaned of fossil fuel. In Montserrat, the potential for geothermal energy has been proven. However, we lack the necessary financing to develop and exploit the resource. This points to the challenge faced by ECLAC associated members in navigating and accessing finances. As we face evaluation systems that do not respond to our unique circumstances and needs, this is an even more stark reality of the British Overseas Territories. And while our vulnerabilities make us prime candidates for climate financing, there exists few funding opportunities. Data limitations for adaptation projects, high transaction costs, and small project size makes it difficult for us to attract climate financing. The decision of the Green Climate Fund 2020 to prioritize SIDS in adaptation efforts, with 50% of the total adaptation finance being targeted to lesser developed countries, SIDS and African states, is a significant milestone. However, a lot of climate finance is usually accessible through loans, but there lies the problem. Very few of us in a position to access loans for their own development. Many others are already burdened with heavy national debt. In these matters, I wish to reiterate and strongly support the recommendation of the UN report adaptly titled Accessing Climate Finance, Challenges and Opportunities for Small Developing States. The solutions include increasing grant finance, establishing a dedicated enhanced direct access envelope for SIDS under the Green Climate Fund, directing renewed effort into building lasting capacity and creating global data hubs for SIDS. Finally, and critically of all, is this: investment in the development of statistics. The availability of quality disaggregated statistics has been a significant impediment to small island states like ours. What we need is robust policies and plans of programs In turn, our ability to compete for development finance is equally challenged. Too often, regional and global reports are devoid of reality facing small island states. And too often, our stories are told through half-truths and unfounded assumptions. National Statistics Office are more present than ever. However, the skills and resources are concentrated. The men and women who collect and track data do not possess the capacity and the necessary equipment to provide the quality and frequency of information needed. And our governments do not possess the financial resources to invest in the developments of statistics. SDG Report 2022 advised that to stay ahead of crisis information on the present, past, and future is critical, and significant investment in our data and information infrastructure will be required. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, the roadmap laid out in the SDGs is indeed clear. However, we are yet to bridge the divide between the haves and the have-not, and those who can and those who cannot. As overseas territories, we recognize our unique circumstances, and we wholeheartedly welcome a seat at ECLAC's table where we can be seen and heard. SIDS will continue to be among those who cannot until no one is left behind. Becomes the leading guide principle until no one is left behind, becomes the leading guiding principle of the 2030 agenda. Only then will the required pressure be exerted to multilateral and bilateral funding institutions to change our modus operandi and increase the availability of resources for the development aspirations of ECLAC member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Premier Farrell. I recognize in your presentation all elements of issues which we have been discussing throughout the day, and I'm sure over the past couple of days. 2 points I like to make before I'm going to invite our Vice Chair from Belize as a token, as a gift, to take over the chairmanship for a moment, as I have to leave for another meeting with the President, if you don't mind, Minister Cervantes. But I do want to speak to 2 points before I leave, and I'll be back. One is that when we speak, and this is also where we need the solidarity from all, when we speak about no one, no country left behind, we should not only speak to it, but act on it. And often I miss that. You will notice I'm very frank on certain issues because we have been speaking too long about these things without acting on it. So if we want to develop a Caribbean space which is going to be prosperous, safe, and secure, and I know there are external shocks and external challenges, natural disasters, we can't control them. But in my view, what can be controlled should be done. And for that matter, I think everything should be done independent of the legal aspects to find solutions to include everybody in the developmental framework for the region. I don't see that as voluntary. I see it as an obligation of all countries. And we can find fitting solutions, or we can facilitate that process. But I fully support the notion of an associate membership of ECLAC, simply because leaving no one behind means indeed leaving no one behind. I have just asked Diane what we need to do to make it happen. I understand it's a decision of the headquarters in Chile of ECLAC. The new executive secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar, we used to work together at the OAS in OAS days, so we are good friends. And I'll make it a personal matter to have a good discussion about this. We should put a closure to this point as soon as possible, because this is for me a no-brainer. So I hope that we can get this done within 1 year of my term in office. And I don't mean to wait till the end of my 1 year, but as soon as possible. With that said, I'm going to invite. Oh, okay. But we have British Virgin Islands on the same matter. Are there any others who would wish to? I hope that silence means here that we endorse the membership issue as well. So we'll note that as such. But we'll offer the floor to BVI in the meantime, and then in the meantime, Minister Cervantes will be returning and take further the discussions. I have to regretfully leave now, but Diane is here to take over as well. Thank you very much. Ambassador.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, a pleasant good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, on behalf of the government of the British Virgin Islands, I would like to congratulate you and the new members of the Bureau on assuming the leadership of the CDCC for the next biennium. I wish you every success in your roles. I am also very pleased that Montserrat, as an associate member, represented by Premier Farrell, is one of the vice chairs who will be supporting you. The Bureau has the full support of the BVI. Excellencies, please permit me to use this opportunity to thank Minister Peters and the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines as the immediate past chair of CDCC for their hard work over the past 2 years. It was an honor for the BVI to serve as a vice chair under their leadership. Among the roles we played on the previous Bureau was that of advocate for the associate members to ensure that within ECLAC, our challenges received the needed attention, especially as it concerns sustainable development. Through the efforts of all the relevant parties, the associate members are now much more integrated into the regional sustainable development framework of Latin America and the Caribbean. In this regard, I want to thank the government of Costa Rica as the outgoing chair of ECLAC, who was fully committed to engagement with the associate members. It was their very skilled diplomacy that guided our involvement in the major regional forums on sustainable development during their tenure. I hope the Argentine government will adopt the same posture as the incoming chair. I also want to pay tribute to the former executive secretary of ECLAC, Ms. Alicia Barcina, for her commitment to the involvement of the associate members in the work of the commission that was demonstrated tangibly in the commission's work and decisions. I particularly want to thank the chief of ECLAC sub-regional headquarters in the Caribbean, Mrs. Diane Corliss, for her fearless championing of the cause of the associate members at the commission. She is actually the person who initially recognized the need for ECLAC to robustly re-engage the associate members, especially after the hurricanes of 2017 that devastated many of us. It is my hope that under the leadership of the new executive secretary, Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Sirachins, that the commission will continue its robust support for associate members. In fact, I hope he goes further than before by increasing the commission's budget allocation to its sub-regional headquarters in the Caribbean to regularize the technical assistance available to associate members. This is the logical expansion of the Caribbean First strategy. The Port of Spain office's responsibility for 15 member states and 13 associate members should be reflected in its budgetary resources. It will be difficult to sustain engagement with the associate members if it is not clear that the commission can assist them in some way. I do hope that we will have an opportunity in the very near future for an audience with Mr. Salazar to further consult on the specific needs of the associate members. Mr. Chair, Premier Farrell and colleagues, the BVI would welcome your support in advancing this request. Excellencies, please permit me to briefly share with you the BVI's perspective on sustainable development and our particular challenges. I want to begin by clarifying that the BVI does not receive any budgetary or financial support from the United Kingdom. This is a regular misconception. We stopped receiving grant and aid in 1978. Like most governments, we must raise revenue to fund our operational budget and the delivery of public services. I mention this because there's often the assumption that the UK takes care of us. This is definitely not the case in the BVI. Even after Hurricanes Irma and Maria, the government did not receive any direct grants for reconstruction from the UK or international donors. Their view was that despite being struck by 2 Category 5 hurricanes, we were not eligible for such assistance. Rather, we were encouraged to take out commercial loans. However, the political conditions attached to the loan guarantee offered by the UK on which to borrow were not judged to be acceptable by the BVI government. Thus, we pursued loans on the strength of our own credit. The only financial resources we were able to secure was $115 million in loans from the Caribbean Development Bank. These loans funds have been expended. So as you can see, Excellencies, there's a very real gap in terms of international financial support and development assistance to the BVI. We are not eligible in most cases for grants from international donors based on the OECD DAC rules. As a small government, we also do not have the fiscal capacity to commercially borrow all of the estimated amounts of money needed to do the things that need to be done, such as building climate resilience and implementing sustainable development. This is why the BVI wishes to be included in the Caribbean Resilience Fund. The fund would at least give us one additional option to respond to our financing challenges as a vulnerable small island developing state. As a consequence of our limited access to concessional financing, hurricane recovery remains incomplete 5 years after 2 Category 5 storms devastated the BVI. Fortunately, most homes were insured, which provided families with the capital to rebuild. A large swath of the private sector also had insurance coverage for business continuity. The public sector, however, was unfortunately not in the same position. The burden of rebuilding public infrastructure fell completely on the shoulders of the government, who has been footing the bill for reconstruction. We have rehabilitated a number of government installations and roads, but there are many structures that remain in disrepair. Our efforts to accelerate recovery were considerably slowed down by the pandemic as government diverted funds to COVID response. Presently, the impact of high inflation and high fuel and energy costs is also consuming public resources as limited funds are expended to assist families. We are left to do more borrowing if we want to complete the task of recovery. Since the hurricanes, we have been in the process of reconceptualizing the future growth and development of the BVI. The storms, COVID-19, and our recent political crisis have shaken the BVI to its very foundations. Even before the slew of recent crises we experienced, we were already aware that our development model had reached its limits and there would be only diminishing returns without a change of course. We identified national renewal based on sustainable development as the logical way forward, benchmarked by the Sustainable Development Goals. We have a golden opportunity to set the BVI on a sustainable path. It is also our chance to lay the foundation for an economic transformation into a more diversified, tourism-led, investment-driven, low-carbon economy. The BVI has ECLAC to thank for helping us to get the ball rolling. This began with ECLAC's inclusion of the BVI in a Caribbean-based program on mapping the SDGs to the national budget. This was extremely helpful. Consultants were then deployed to assist the government with developing a national sustainable development plan. We are very grateful to Diane, Abdul, and the team at the sub-regional headquarters for facilitating our technical assistance requests. I am very pleased to report that after nearly 2 years of public consultations, The pre-final draft of the plan has been completed and is now receiving comments from the political directorate before final approval. The plan has the support of all political parties and will be our roadmap to a sustainable future. Where we now need additional support is policy implementation and resource mobilization. More specifically, the ministries of government need technical assistance to prepare their strategies for implementation of the National Sustainable Development Plan. We also need technical assistance to help us identify and secure the resources needed to fund the plan. I am appealing to the Commission, especially our colleagues in Santiago, to consider the BVI's request for additional technical assistance. We are also very keen to discuss with the Commission a special form of cooperation with our government on assessing and reporting our progress on sustainable development, since we currently do not submit a voluntary national review under the established international mechanism. Mr. Chair, I want to end by saying how grateful I am that the needs of the associate members is on today's agenda. This is a good sign and bodes well for the future. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador. Are there any more comments from any of the delegates? Your points are duly noted, Ambassador. We stand there for you, for the associate members. So if there are no other comments. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Corliss.
Thank you, Chair. I very briefly, just to acknowledge the very persuasive presentations of the Premier of Montserrat and the Special Envoy of the Premier of the BVI. We are, as has been said, extremely supportive of the aspiration of our associate members to secure greater levels of support from the Commission. We also, as our chair has expressed, are of the view that leaving no one behind means that we fully embrace all members and associate members equally. And so it's really just a question of securing the support both at our headquarters in Santiago and the UN headquarters in New York. And I just wish to give my undertaking to our representatives of the associate members that we will continue to advocate on their behalf to ensure that the requests that you have made are fully responded to. We continue within the confines of the resources at our disposal to give as much assistance as we can. And we will see how we expand that for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Corliss. So you heard it. We move forward together and leave no one behind. We'll do. It's solidarity. Yes, so if I don't see any other delegate. So colleagues, we now proceed to agenda item 7, matters relating to the program of work for the Caribbean. The meeting is invited to review the report on the implementation of sub-program 12 of the 2021 program of work, consider the implementation of the program of work for 2022, and propose and endorse the proposed program of work for 2023. I invite Ms. Diane Corliss, Chief of the Sub-Regional Headquarters, to deliver a presentation on the program of work for the Caribbean. Ms. Corliss, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. And this is our opportunity always to bring to the attention of our constituents the work that we do on your behalf and the the challenges that we have discerned that you encounter and what we seek to respond to in the choices that we make in the design of our program of work. I will begin with a couple of slides that describe generally for new members or those that haven't been with us for a while, to give you a sense of how we structure our work and the important perspectives on which we ground the support that we provide to the member states. I was just telling Minister Ramdin, he was asking, how many countries do we serve? We actually have 29. One is not yet formally a member. That's the most recent associate member. They're not yet formally in French Guiana. They are members of ECLAC, but not yet inducted into the CDCC, which is why they're not seated there. But we still count them because all associate members belong to us in the Caribbean. 3 of our member states of the CDCC are supported programmatically by our sub-regional headquarters in Mexico, but they are members of our committee, and so we invite them to participate. This is Cuba. We tried very hard to get the Cuban delegation here. Flights in the region, makes very well the point that Ambassador Baptiste spoke about. It has been extraordinarily difficult to get delegations here. And Cuba was one of those that, was victim to that inability to find them a route and flights to get here. So Cuba, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic served by our team in Mexico, but nevertheless invited to dialogue with the Caribbean region because of the shared common development concerns. This slide really gives a sense of the changes that we have had to make in recent years in the nature of the delivery of the services of our office. We used to have a biennial program of work and biennial budgeting and activities implemented in a 2-year frame. The UN headquarters changed the structure to an annualized one, and it has had very consequential implications for the way in which we work. What we used to be able to do in 2 years must now be done in 1. So it has meant that we have not done the kind of in-depth research that would take 2 years of interrogation. We've had to change the nature of our deliverables. We go lighter. We do policy recommendations. We do shorter briefs, policy briefs. We have limited our research documents where, there was in the past, we would do one of even as many as 180 pages. We've now limited those research documents to between 40 and 60. So we have to, of necessity, make the research tighter and more focused, and of course, in the process, more user-friendly. We are able to be a little bit more strategic and surgical in the delivery. And so that has been an important change that we have made since, I believe, 2020. That, of course, has also been impacted by COVID-19 because the lockdown in Trinidad and Tobago was stringent. I mean, if you went out, you couldn't get back in. So the office was not able to travel as it once would to our constituent countries in order to get research done. So we changed the nature of our working habits. We used more consultants and national experts to do a lot of the research for us. We anchored the and contextualized the concepts for the research and did the writing in-house, but we didn't travel as much. We're still to see how that has impacted the nature, the quality, the depth of the research, of the interrogation. We have not so far found a negative towards it. Of course, we have also sought to ensure that we did not let up on what we considered essential aspects of delivery, particularly in SDGs. And Abdul and his team, once we got out of the lockdown, has been ensuring that we give that support to SDG implementation. One of those critical areas, as I think you have heard, the support that we give to VNRs, and we've provided support to quite a few. We didn't help Suriname, and of course, Jamaica never needs help with these things, but we have managed to give quite a bit of support, as Benito has just indicated, the support we have given over the last year and a half in respect of the drafting of their National Sustainable Development Plan. Greater focus on finding the right collaborative approach. And this is in the context of the call of our Secretary General, that we must work as one UN. And it has been something of a challenge because all of the agencies operate differently. Nevertheless, we have coalesced around a broad regional framework, the multi-country sustainable development framework for 22 to 26. All UN agencies operating within the region have signed on to that. We are very much a part of that. We work from a regional perspective, and the country teams have a more localized approach, but we have found a way to reconcile these differences. And we are looking to see how, through collaboration, we work more closely together in partnership. And this speaks to some of the concerns that Manorma was speaking of yesterday. And I see I have Regis in the room, a critical and a key partner in all of the country teams. They work in a regional way in much that we do. This is the support that we do try to rationalize, stay in our lanes, ensure as little overlap as possible, duplication, but at the same time working in a complementary fashion. So we have been seeking to ensure that we work as one UN, maximizing the support that we offer to the region, to the countries, both individually and collectively, in the context, within the frame of the multi-country sustainable development framework. And I invite Regis, when I'm done, to give a little more information on the MSDCF, because I don't see us who would also have provided information there. Now, this is just very quickly, and I'm going to go quickly. I spent too long on one slide. This is a summary of the areas of support that we provide, because ours, as I have said, is strictly regional. We provide country support because we offer technical assistance. So we offer technical assistance on request. And that's point number 5. So for example, the support of BVI, the request comes from the BVI. Can we get help with our National Sustainable Development Plan? They are now asking for assistance with the implementation. That's a technical assistance request specific to the BVI, and we respond to those as we receive them. But our work program is designed on a regional basis. So we seek to offer this to all countries equally. We have a convening platform, and that means that we do quite a bit of this. So this is the CDCC. It is one of the many subsidiary organs of the Commission, and we provide that opportunity for the countries to come together, to wrestle with the issues, to reach a common strategy on the way forward. That forum for consideration of the development issues and the strategy for effective advocacy going forward is the convening platform that we place a lot of emphasis on. And indeed, our research supports and is an essential underpinning of what is discussed in these platforms. So, for example, we have coming up in November a regional meeting on review of the Madrid Plan of Action. The Madrid Plan of Action is on aging, and we have done a comprehensive, in-depth analysis of 11 of the countries of our region, the implementation of the Madrid Plan of Action. How are our countries preparing for aging? And we are going to be using that research that we have done as the information, the substantive support to guide the discussions that we will have at that meeting in November, because there will be, that's a sub-regional meeting. There will be a regional meeting in Santiago in December for the same thing, because there will be a global review of the Madrid Plan of Action next year. So aging is very much on our agenda, and we seek to ensure that we give our region that important convening platform, because aging in the Caribbean is moving much faster than it is in Latin America. And so we cannot assume that the policies being designed for the wider Latin America are applicable to our region. As you say, we do integrated policy advice, research and analysis. These are what we in Jamaica would say is the hard bread and butter. These are the essentials on which we subsist. Technical capacity. We provide guidance and training on things like Redatum, which is the statistical application that allows for a more effective use of census information. Census is one of the critical sources of data in the region. And we have the Redatum that uses the information that you get from it in the most nimble and strategic ways for guiding policies in many different areas. These are some of the platforms within the context of our convening role, some of the platforms in which we are very actively engaged. The SDGs, as you've heard, we participate in the HLPF every year. I was there again this year. It is always such a pleasure to hear. I was there to hear Jamaica's second presentation, Suriname's presentation, Dominica's presentation, Grenada. It was spectacular to hear all of these countries presenting on those VNRs in the forum of the United Nations. And we also support discussions. As I had indicated, there is the one on aging that's coming up next, later this year in the region and globally next year. There is the Small Island Developing States Samoa Pathway. It will in 2024 return to the Caribbean. Antigua and Barbuda has offered to host the next one. It started in Barbados, then it went to Mauritius, then to Samoa, and now it has come back to the Caribbean. So that's the 30-year trajectory on Samoa. We will be supporting, we will be in ECLAC preparing the background document that assesses implementation of the Samoa Pathway these past 10 years. And it will again be the substantive basis for the review of Samoa in the context of the Caribbean, and then in preparation for the global meeting. Many of these, we've been doing quite a bit of work in youth, by the way. We like to go to those where there isn't really a UN agency responsible for them, aging, for example, and youth. So we provide assistance and support in those areas, particularly in areas that we consider to be important for the regions to engage in a more meaningful fashion in terms of policy decision-making. There needs to be more effective policy and preparation for our aging populations in terms of pension and all of the support that needs to be given, psychosocial as well as financial and other, to our populations that are aging. As just an example, these are some of the subsidiary organs of ECLAC, and of course CDCC, one of them, and there will of course be reports on all of these subsidiary organs at the meeting in Argentina. Ones of particular interest, the Committee on South-South Cooperation, Science, Technology, and Innovation, as Dylan emphasized in his presentation this morning. You know, the innovation and technology is everything. We are going to need to embrace digitization and innovation in a very real way if we are to make that critical step forward. The Conference on Social Development is currently chaired by Antigua and Barbuda. And so we are having quite a significant influence on the issues that are addressed on the question of social development. And of course, he assumed that responsibility last year at a time when we were still in the midst of COVID. So we have made that link very, very well. The Regional Council on Planning, Jamaica, very active in that, of course, Jamaica having a strong planning institute and the importance of planning as a central and integrative tool for cross-sectoral planning is one in which we are very heavily invested. The Statistical Conference of the Americas, another area in which we have sought to be very actively engaged. And I have to say, we get very strong support from our headquarters in Santiago in respect of this conference, because they recognize, as we do, the need for strengthening the data platforms and statistical capacity in our region. And I won't spend too much time on this. This is just illustrative of the way in which we are linked in to the various regional organizations. We have very meaningful relations with all. We are regional, and many of these are, and we make this essential to the One UN and an integrated regional and global partnership for the in support of the region. Now, just a quick mention of some of the areas in which we have undertaken research in the past, over the past year, and we're going to link it with, you know, ongoing work this year. I mentioned, for example, the work that is being done on aging. The economic survey in the preliminary overview are standard platform flagships of ECLAC Santiago, and of course, the Caribbean makes its contribution to that research. This, again, bread and butter issues for ECLAC, because we, every year, these are research documents that come out every year that give you that bird's eye view of where the economy is going, how various issues in the regional international space impact on growth and economic development in the wider Latin American Caribbean region. We seek to ensure that there is a very specific focus on the Caribbean in these. As I think Abdul came up and discussed, the work that we've done, research, substantive research on the online learning during COVID-19 and the education access. And so we did 2 pieces of research on the whole issue of digitization, the impact of, you know, the children coming home and needing to be at school online and not having the broadband access and not having the computers, and it really demonstrating that business of the lack of access and the psychosocial impact of having the children at home. All of those issues are addressed in these 2 pieces of research. This is work that is available, and I want to, you know, pick up on the point that Minister Ramdin said about not knowing what is happening. And I think that this is a fair criticism, and it's something that we are going to improve on. A lot of the research that we do goes on our website, and nobody knows that it's there. And this is very useful information. It's data driven. You talk about not wanting an anecdotal and descriptive assessment. You go to the IFIs. You go for resources. They want to see the facts. They want to know exactly what is going on. You can't just go there with the dog at my homework kind of story. So we have to ensure that you have access to the research that has been done that, categorically and unequivocally describes the challenges that we face in data. And this is why it is so important, why we have made such an incredible emphasis on data research, data analysis, data collection, and building that capacity. It's not enough for us to do it alone, because in fact, we depend, the teams go out to the member states to collect the data. And if you are not doing the data collection at home, it makes our own collection that much weaker. So it has to be a partnership. This is why it is so important for us to build that capacity at home. Integrated water management, water resource management. We do sectoral analysis as well. This is a very important area we identified as a challenge that, based on, increased water stress and various challenges with respect to water resources, it's going to be one of those natural resources on which we have wars in the future. We did an integrated water resource management assessment in 7 of the Caribbean countries. Definitely worth reading. We need to get on our website to get that. These are some of the meetings that we had. I'm not going to spend too much time on them. We had a wonderful youth forum in Guyana, sensitizing youth to SDGs and Agenda 2030 and the role that youth should have as the future leaders of the country in what is happening in these important global processes. We had our monitoring committee meeting last year that focused on the health impacts, health and social and psychosocial impacts of COVID. Really excellent research and very, very solid discourse. The Urban Forum speaks to, the impact, the vulnerability of, living spaces and the impact has on social welfare and social inclusion. As you can see, there are a range of issues. The question of unpaid care and work, we've completely undervalued the pressure put on women during COVID. It became, speaking of unpaid work before, because women have always had responsibilities at home, even while they're in the workplaces. And the majority of the countries in the region are female-headed households anyway. And here you find that with the lockdown, parents, mostly mothers, were now managing schoolwork, feeding the family, and doing the work. So the unpaid care work and the impact that it has had on women is one that this was research that we did and contribution to a discussion that happened in the regional conference on women in Santiago. So there are a range of sectoral issues in which we have been involved. Of course, we are always involved in damage and loss. In fact, I believe it was Guyana that asked us to do the damage and loss assessment after the floods that they had. We didn't get a request from Suriname, but we were certainly ready to do it. We helped Trinidad. They were doing some work on a comprehensive disaster management policy, increasingly getting natural disasters. They used to be, God is a Trinity, hurricanes don't come our way, but lately they've been getting a lot of rain and floods, and a few more natural disasters. So they're taking attention to the national disaster management policy. We're giving them some support. Their geospatial technology, and I think we heard some discussion on that earlier. Well, yesterday in the CDR on the importance of applying a greater use of geospatial technology in disaster risk management to provide us with data. And so this is again the whole business of making our technology work for us. We are going to need to get into the 21st century in that respect. I'm just mentioning a couple of them. The Building Back Better tourism-based economies. These are XP. These are projects from extra budgetary resources, and the Building Back Better, we're still getting, it's a project that began this year, and we haven't actually got into the field with it yet, but it is intended to focus on, and it's focusing on the Eastern Caribbean, although we're drawing in a couple of other countries, Belize being one of them, tourism-dependent countries that sank like a stone because of COVID, and how do we then help those countries to recover? Because it's not only about restoring tourism to its original upright position, but how do we prevent these countries that are clearly vulnerable with, being tourism dependent? What are we going to be doing about diversification? Diversification of the economy, as well as diversification of the tourism product. So this is a project that's going to run for the next 4 years that is going to be working with all of the countries of the Eastern Caribbean and Belize, and we might add a few more in as well. But the 6 countries of the Eastern Caribbean are the principal focus of this project, which we consider to be an extremely important one that Sheldon's team is going to be working on. We have another important project, I think, in the context of building statistical capacity, the one on climate change and disaster indicators that Abdul's team is working with Santiago on environmental statistics, climate change related disaster indicators, so that we can more effectively measure what it is that climate change is doing in terms of damage, both from an environmental perspective and the environmental impact impacting social and economic issues. So that work is happening as we speak in collaboration with Santiago. These are other activities that are happening in the region. We're doing time use surveys, sustainable transportation. This is work that is currently ongoing. We've just been introducing these documents in the past couple of weeks. Caribbean Outlook, of course, you got the preview on it today. It is going to be launched officially in Argentina in a couple of weeks. All of this research, I don't think any of it is yet on our website. All of this is brand new stuff, but we will have that available certainly by the end of the year, because this is work that's ongoing in 2022. And some of these I've already mentioned. These are just some of the areas in which we're working. Population and housing censuses is another critical area that we would want to provide assistance. Jamaica's asked us, JAMPRO has asked us for some assistance in looking at non-food manufactured products. So we work with that, and of course, ongoing support for the VNRs and so on. I think we still have more. This is some of the work that we plan to do next year. ICTs for development, the census, and a number of countries have had to delay their implementation of the census. But that, as I said, because this data thing is so expensive, countries invest and they get the support of the international community to do the census, because of course the wider international community wants to have the information. So you invest quite a significant amount of resources in that census. You want to ensure that it is done. And then we use Redatum to disaggregate and to do focused analysis. We are, of course, finishing 2022, and a number of countries are still in, working on their census. I believe Jamaica is still fully involved in theirs. In fact, that's the reason why the director of Statin, who was a panelist, was unable to join us, because she's still very much involved with completing the round of census in Jamaica, and there are others. And we, of course, with CARICOM has the lead in providing support for census, but it's one of the areas that, because of our emphasis on data, we put a significant amount of emphasis on, and so want to support the completion in the region of that round of census, because that data is going to be very important, particularly in the post-COVID era, for us to be able to see what the experience of the last 2 years has done to a number of different variables, social variables that describe our vulnerability, as well as the scope for development. And of course, we have work coming up with the Conference on SIDS. We're working with the Barbados office to look at a project in advancing innovative financial solutions. It hasn't come together quite yet, but we're very ambitious that this will in fact be so. I think I should have mentioned at some point the Caribbean Resilience Fund, because that is an important part of our ongoing work. As Minister Ramdin had said, we are not where we had hoped we would be by now in terms of implementation of the Resilience Fund. Nevertheless, we have had, I think, significant breakthrough, and what we need to do next, our next steps, will involve in a very real way the scope for engagement and collaboration. We've done our due diligence in terms of the research, and we have now got the project to the point where, through negotiation with the regional institutions, we have identified a consortium of institutions that will support this project. We intend then to draft the articles of agreement for this resilience fund. We will then take those articles of agreement to the council, the CARICOM Council on Finance and Planning, in order to get the official sign-off of the ministers of finance. As I had indicated, in the last 2 days, we were unable to get them here because they went to Washington, and so we will have to find them in the COFAC in order to get that sign-off, because we cannot proceed without it. And then once we have their sign-off, we begin the engagement with the other important partners in the region, the IDB, the CDB. It may be in our best interest also to, to soften, the IMF and the World Bank, assure them that this isn't some little renegade initiative that's going to create any waves in the way they do business, ensure that we have the support of the wider international community in which we wish to situate this, this financing initiative. But we have spent 7 years on it, and we have designed it so that it responds very uniquely to the needs of our region, financial needs of our region, the needs of our region in terms of investment in resilience building, in redressing the nature of our vulnerability. And we are committed to having it stay the course. And I want to assure BVI, I think that issue was raised by Minister Ramdin. It says Caribbean Resilience Fund, and therefore it embraces all member states and associate members of the Caribbean. Thank you, Chair. I'll end there.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Corliss. Thank you. Is there anyone that would like to ask a question, make comments? Regis, would you weigh in on this, please?
Again, I have the flowers blocking me this time, sitting in the St. Vincent chair. Just to express as one UN agency amongst the family of UN agencies that we stand by, ready to work with Diane and her team at ECLAC in support of this program of work. I think over the last few years, we've developed strong partnerships, and I think that regional perspective that we both have, along with several other agencies, is one that positions us well to work together. And obviously, we bring very different but complementary capacities to the table. So look forward to further exploring how we can strengthen that partnership in support of the member states.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else? If not, I propose that we move, we don't do the coffee break, but we move straight to agenda 8. Did you have something else to say, Regis? Oh, okay. We move to agenda 8. All right, good. No coffee break. Thanks. So, Ms. Corliss, thank you once more for your presentation, very enlightening. And now we go to agenda 8, the 39th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. I again invite Ms. Diane Quarles, the Chief of the Sub-Regional Headquarters, to provide information on the substantive preparations and the main theme for the 39th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, which will convene in Buenos Aires, Argentina, from the 24th to the 26th of October, 2022. Ms. Quarles, please.
Thank you, Chair. I am making this presentation on behalf of my colleagues from Santiago, who are, I believe, also in Argentina, working in preparation for the session. This is, of course, the most significant meeting of the ECLAC calendar, and it happens in a biennial fashion, much like our CDCC. All the subsidiary organs meet and report to the session. And so the 39th session will be held from the 24th to the 26th in Buenos Aires. And it will be followed, I believe, almost immediately by a meeting of CELAC. So ECLAC and CELAC will meet in Argentina between the 24th and the 27th of October. Right. So, you know, and I'm just going to, this is intended to be a teaser because, of course, we have amongst our company representatives, either ministers or representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and they are the focal points of this session. And therefore, there is keen interest in ensuring that there is Caribbean representation at the meeting in Buenos Aires. And so this is their effort to encourage and to give you an idea of what's happening there so that you are encouraged to participate. It is going to be an agenda with about 11 items. I'm going to just highlight 5 of them for you. The position document, the high-level seminar, the activities. They will do something as I have just done, presenting the work of ECLAC for the next for this current period and beyond. And there will be a high-level ministerial dialogue, dialogue among the ministers of foreign affairs that happens towards the end. They will also introduce a document. There is always what we call a session document. And this year it is on production, sustainability, and inclusion. And in addition to that one, of course, we will also introduce the formally launch the Caribbean Outlook. So there will be a reprise of sorts, a little more detail, although I don't know that you would really want more detail than you got from Dylan today, but there will be a formal launch of the Caribbean Outlook, in addition to the session document, which is entitled Towards Transformation of the Development Model in Latin America and the Caribbean, Production, Inclusion, and Sustainability. So just to give you a little bit more on it, the first chapter will address the present and future of globalization and challenges that globalization pose to the Latin American and Caribbean region. Second chapter will analyze the region's uneven production base and discuss policies for sustainable productive investment. Then the next chapter examines the relationship between employment and social protection, highlighting the implications of the productive structure of employment. Fourth chapter addresses the importance of sectoral drivers for reviving economic growth, moving towards a sustainable growth path. And this chapter looks at 8 sectors, including circular economy, which is increasingly important, not only for Latin America, but very much so for the Caribbean. The care economy, which I've just spoken about, also very important to our region, and digital transformation, again, extremely important. All of these very important to the forward-looking strategy in terms of development for our region. And then, of course, the last chapter, we look at some policy recommendations. Then there will be panel discussions on each of these areas. And I think that the Secretariat in Santiago has already been reaching out to member states, to the foreign ministries and to experts to ensure that we have the Caribbean represented in each of these panels. And then, of course, in addition to the panels, the expert panels, member states will have the opportunity to make statements to describe what is happening in their countries in respect of this area. Then, of course, there will be the report of the work, and you will, as I have said, receive a report on the work that is being done by the Commission, which would incorporate the work, of course, of our office. And then there will be a particular agenda item where Minister Ramdin, on behalf of CDCC, one of the subsidiary bodies of ECLAC, will make a presentation to the member states on what we are doing here and where our priorities lie. And there will be also a report on very specific intergovernmental meetings that have been held, such as the social conference and, meetings like they had one in the end of August in which Dylan and Sheldon participated on climate finance. And so this kind of information will be brought to the attention of the member states. These are all the subsidiary bodies that will report. You will see at the bottom of the first row that CDCC is among them. So I look forward to joining Minister Ramdin in Buenos Aires next 2 weeks' time. Reporting on the program of work, and then the ministerial dialogue. It's the dialogue of ministers of foreign affairs and high-level authorities on the current regional context, the post-pandemic economic recovery, and a successful exit strategy, they describe it, which is really our way of saying, how do we go forward? Essentially, that dialogue is what we had in our CDR the past 2 days, except we did it for our Caribbean. So this is essentially what will be addressed at the meeting. They will adopt resolutions and they will look to the calendar of conferences. I believe Minister Ramdin had asked me for that. You had asked me for that as well. So that we have an idea of what conferences and activities are on the ECLAC agenda that we consider to be particularly important for our region to ensure that we have it well structured in our program of work. One of the things that I intend to do that when we went into lockdown, things just went dark. We just were not in touch with anybody. And of course, because we work regionally, if you're locked in, you are not able to really figure out what's going on. So we have decided that we will make the Bureau more active. And this is one of the new initiatives coming from the experience of the last 2 years. What we will do is have, in much the same way that CARICOM has the outgoing chair, which is for us, Antigua, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Our incoming chair will be Trinidad and Tobago, and our current chair, Suriname. And then we will have also the Bureau, which currently would be Belize, Montserrat, Jamaica's rapporteur, and I'm missing somebody. But that will form the Bureau, and we plan to have quarterly meetings of the Bureau to take stock on an ongoing basis of what is going on, what issues are emerging in the region that we think CDCC needs to be involved in. You know, we meet once a year, but once a year really doesn't give you enough time. Face-to-face, there's opportunity for face-to-face once a year. We're trying to create an opportunity for the Bureau to meet on a quarterly basis so that we can respond to Minister Ramdin's interest in action, not a bag of mouth. We really want to ensure that there is a meaningful effort towards conscious collaboration in implementation of the decisions that we take here. So we don't just adopt the resolutions and then we don't hear from each other until we come to the next meeting. We are going to have meetings of the Bureau on a quarterly basis. Now that we have come to have this virtual space that we never used to work with efficiently or effectively before. But it's one good thing I think that came out of COVID. So it will have to keep us closer together. So in terms of implementation of what we are doing here in Port of Spain, as well as what will come out of the session in 2 weeks' time, we will be able to stay on top of it. That would be all I have to offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corliss, for your presentation. I think one of the main things we need to remember from what you said and to keep to it is the fulfillment of our purpose, and our aims and objectives. That is very, very essential. Now I'd like to invite any comments on the forthcoming session of the commission. Any comments from delegates? Anyone? Questions? Everything is as clear as crystal.
Ready to go.
Okay, okay. Good afternoon. Is everyone awake? All right. Okay. Well, we go to agenda item 9, which is the consideration and adoption of resolutions. Colleagues, we have now arrived at the time for the consideration and adoption of resolutions. The meeting has before it 6 resolutions. As agreed, in the interest of time and given the unique nature of our meeting, the draft resolutions were shared in advance, and I am advised that the Secretariat has received and addressed all requests for amendment. Is correct? Okay. The drafts you received this morning, therefore, are the revised resolutions. I trust that you have reviewed them carefully and are ready to approve them. If you agree, I propose to read the title of each resolution and the committee will approve them together. Is that fine? Good? Okay. I therefore invite the meeting's consideration of the following resolutions. 1. Yeah. It's 29, no?
Yes, exactly.
29. Support for the work of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean in the Caribbean. Do we approve it or together? All together. Okay. Preparations for the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States. Safeguarding the gains made in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals in the Caribbean sub-region, towards the establishment of a Caribbean Resilience Fund, access to information, public participation, and justice in environmental matters in Latin America and the Caribbean. Support for the associate members of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. There we have them, the 6 resolutions. Anybody move that it be approved? Welcome back, Chair. Oh, okay, thanks. Yeah. So who moves that the resolutions be approved? Okay, good. Who seconds the motion? Yeah. Who seconds? Surinam's. Okay. So approved. Okay, good. Okay, it has been decided. Okay, proceed now to agenda 10. Agenda item 10, other matters. Here I invite the delegates, committees to raise any matters of or concerns, and the floor is now open. Please. Yes, Ms. Corliss, please.
Thank you, Chair. I am reading into the record a request that was made by the Deputy Secretary General of CARICOM. He raised it this morning in the context of an earlier item where there is very keen interest in working on a population commission. I don't know if you recall, he spoke of it. I think he raised it then because he knew he was going to have another engagement this afternoon. But we have been in very intense discussions on this matter. And it was his intention to ensure that the request to ECLAC for support with this population commission was recorded in our meeting today. So it hasn't come formally from him, but he did raise it earlier this afternoon. I thought that I should mention this because it is indeed an area in which we would be very keenly interested in working with CARICOM in the coming work program.
Okay, that is so decided. Thank you. Anyone else? Any other item, concern, question, complaint? Okay, thank you. We move on to agenda item 11. Date and venue of the 21st meeting of the Monitoring Committee of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee. Colleagues, we now consider agenda item 11. In accordance with Article 11 of the Rules of Procedure of the Constituent Declaration and Functions and Rules of Procedure of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, LC/CAR/G.780.REV.1, when there is no regular session of the CDCC, meetings of the Monitoring Committee shall be held at the office of the sub-regional headquarters of ECLAC, unless a member of the committee offers to host the meeting within the time period stipulated. any member country that offers to host a session shall be required to cover any additional costs that may be incurred for holding the session outside of the Secretariat. The Secretariat proposes that the next session of the Monitoring Committee be held in Port of Spain in 2023. Shall I take it that it is agreed that the 21st meeting of the CDCC Monitoring Committee will be held in Port of Spain in 2023? Agreed? Okay. Agreed by unanimous consent. So it is so decided. So we move on to agenda 12, item 12, which is the closing session. I would like to pass that to Minister Ramdin. Please, Minister.
Thank you very much, Minister Cervantes, and thank you very much for taking over the chairmanship for a while. I had to do business. I'm done with that. Got more jobs to do, but okay. We have come to a closing of the session. Officially, it says 5:20. Do you want to wait until 5:20? I guess not. So we'll proceed with what we have now. I just want to make sure I follow the rules, you know. And for that, I would like to offer first the floor to our director, Ms. Diane Qualls.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I will be very, very brief. I think it's just such a pleasure that we're able to end a little early because I think many of us, if not most of us, are heading to the airport this evening. Mine is a very simple task to say thanks. I really truly grateful. My heart is full. We've spent most of this week with the wonderful people of Suriname. We have enjoyed the splendid hospitality. Some people got some nice pieces of art. I didn't get a chance, but you know, there will be another time. We've enjoyed the food. We've enjoyed the wonderful hospitality from when we were met at the airport. And this has been, I think, a really rich and fulfilling start to the dialogue on where we go from here. The CDR, I want to express my appreciation to Minister, is she there? I can't see behind her. I know she wasn't feeling well earlier. Minister Peters did a splendid job standing in for Minister Ramdin for the CDR. And we were really extremely thankful that Minister Ramdin was able to rearrange his schedule so that he could get back in time to for the official handover. I want to express my sincere appreciation to the Chief of Protocol and whoever was involved with bringing that splendid cultural presentation this morning to make such a unique difference to our opening ceremony. That we've never had that before in one of our CDCC openings. It has made this session a particularly special one, certainly for us. I want to thank Minister Ramdin for his leadership. I want to thank all the experts and the panelists who participated in the CDR and all of you for your participation today. Minister, before you came in, I had mentioned to them the plan for us to get the Bureau very active so that we can give real life to your wish that we have a very action-oriented and progressive implementation of that which we recognize must be done if we are to achieve the objectives that we have articulated. I'm looking forward to your leadership, and we will provide every support that is possible. I'm looking forward to representing extremely well the concerns and the interests of the subregion as you represent us all at the meeting of the session in Argentina in 2 weeks' time. And I hope that we will have a strong showing of the Caribbean at that meeting so that we can back up, give support, give voice and substance to the issues that Minister Ramdin will raise on our behalf. I'm looking forward to working with the new Bureau and to ensuring that my team delivers on all of the commitments that we have made. And my final thanks really goes to my team. I told them that in typical Jamaican style, we little but we talawa. We punch above our weight all the time. They have worked with an average of 3 hours of sleep for the last couple of weeks. Only a third of the team that is supporting this meeting is actually here in Suriname. The rest of them are online. All of my note takers, all of the assistant speech writers, everybody. My appreciation to the entire team is truly profound. You have my sincere thanks. I want to thank you all for being here. I thank the representatives of the international organizations, regional organizations, colleagues from the UN system. There are many opportunities for consultation and follow-up. I've met persons here that I'm hoping that we will be able to work with for the future. I want to make a special shout out to the representatives of the UNDSS, that's the UN Department of Safety and Security. They were the only persons who came from Santiago to support our meeting. I am so appreciative. I want to send back to Ricardo and the team in Santiago our sincere appreciation for the attention to the security of our region, although we know we didn't need it here, Minister. So over to you, Minister. I just want to say thanks again and looking forward to the continued engagement.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Diane. And as we have a little bit time, I'll start with an anecdote about where the director started, speaking about the hospitality and the food. I'll tell you about a real story. In the end of the 90s, I won't mention the name, but it was a Jamaican authority who had to lead an observer team here to observe the elections, one of the first for CARICOM. And he came, but then customary was that they would report back to COFCOR about the findings, and then we were just in transition from the bad period, the difficult period with military towards democracy. So it was a critical election. And we were in Barbados at the COFCOR meeting, and he started reporting and said, Ministers, I can tell you the food is excellent in Suriname.
Oh, yes.
The hospitality is great. On the day of elections, it felt like carnival. People were helping each other from opposite parties, providing food and everything else. And he spoke about it for 15 minutes. His experience, I'm just summarizing in a couple of seconds. And you all know the famous legendary foreign minister of Barbados, Billy Miller, who said, yeah, all of that is well, but what about the elections? He forgot to report on the elections. So I understand what you're talking about. So thank you very much for that. Now I want to also say thank you to the ACLAC team. We were happy that we could have done this now. I mean, there were some doubts about whether it would be possible, the dates and so on, but in the end, it worked out. And we had, I think, although I wasn't there, but from my understanding, a very good debate over the past 3 days. Today equally. Yes, good. So I think we all can be leaving and staying satisfied in terms of the discussions and the direction which we have set out. I want to put on record my thanks officially to the former executive secretary, Alicia Barcena, whom I know very well. I worked with her for several years. So I know that she has been committed to the region, spent a lot of time in the region. And I think it's important that we recognize her contribution, because ECLAC for a while was seen as a Latin American outfit and not so much including the Caribbean. But she certainly made that transition to also recognizing the Caribbean region in the wider context. I also want to put on record our welcome and pledge our support to Jose Manuel Salazar Sirnax, whom I know well. We worked together at the OAS for many years. And I spoke with him a couple of days ago. He is very committed, and I'm convinced that he will take on board some of the issues which are relevant to us. So I see him as a friend at the Secretariat, and we hope and we expect a lot from him. I want to thank Minister Peters for her leadership, not only yesterday and the day before, but also the 2 years before. In thanking others, I mentioned already the ECLAC team, all the documents, it's not easy to put them together. I know that. It's a good piece of work, but also our own team here in Suriname at the ministry, substantively led by Mrs. Bradley, as well as our chief of protocol, who is almost very much engaged and looking to organize all the parts, including media and all of that. So thank you very much. So, I want to go back to what we discussed at the opening. We have an agenda for the region. I think by now we have determined there is an agenda, which is in certain aspects different from what we had before. And it's up to us now to respond adequately to those agenda items. And I'm not going to mention them, but I think a couple of things came out of that, which are, I think, both from a technical, but certainly from a political perspective, relevant for everybody to take on board. One is more and stronger partnerships. We need to build a platform for support for what is relevant to the Caribbean. The Caribbean alone will not be able to do it. And we have those platforms, whether it's the South-South cooperation, we have friends in Southeast Asia, we have the Latin American region through CELAC. Next week in Argentina, there will be subsequently, apart from ECLAC, also CELAC meetings. It's a large platform of the whole of the region, except for the United States and Canada. We have particular relations to be developed where ACS can play a role in the greater Caribbean, like with the ACS and Central America with SICA. We cannot drive this agenda alone. We need those platforms as well. So let's build and work on that. It is not only for ministers of finance or development, but also for foreign affairs. And if we do that in unity with a strong resolve and extremely high degrees of solidarity, I'm sure we'll succeed. But it requires everybody to be on the same page. And that is something which we need to work on as well. I look forward to 2 years of chairmanship, hope to be actively engaged. I'm sure the team in Suriname will keep me busy, but yourself. Trinidad is not far, so we commit to our first meeting in Trinidad and Tobago. But there is so much happening in this region alone, and we can't leave anyone behind. But we need more active participation of all in this process. And I'm appealing, and we're going to give some feedback to foreign ministers as well, on this process. It is a lot of good things must be shared and can be shared, but also attached to the global agenda, political agenda as well. So thank you very much. I'm going to close with just to say that Suriname was honored to host you all, and I'm happy that you all had a good time. If not, my apologies. And if you enjoyed it, feel free to come back for a couple of months or forever. Thank you very much.